It looks like... I think it's good. Alright, just had to... The display's on a slight delay here. Hi. Would you like a little context for this in case you don't know what's up? Hopefully the title gives it away. Hopefully. Basically, on my Ko-fi... Is it Ko-fi or coffee? On my Ko-fi, I set a goal, kind of not really expecting anyone to actually contribute to it, but the goal was if I hit $100, I would reread a sci-fi dystopia with my dumb OCs that I wrote when I was 13. Now, admittedly, how do I say this? Now, I did reach the goal, spoilers, in case you couldn't tell, but I think only one person actually did donate, like, to it with the intention of, you know, hitting the goal. It was mostly, like, coincidental sales, but, you know, I contributed to the goal. Anyway, here we are. I am filled with utmost dread. I am really not a fan of reading my past work. I'm constantly asking people, hey, check out my channel, check out my webcomic, check out my Patreon, and then when people actually do that, I'm like, oh god, you perceived me when I was younger? Ugh. I'm sure I'm probably gonna look back at this with immense cringe and pain as well. Now, there is another thing I should explain, and that's the title of this thing. At the very first draft, as we see here, is called The Eye of Minds. It turns out this is already the name of a current book series. Let me just double check what that is real quick. The Eye of Minds. A 2013 YA sci-fi novel written by American author James Dashner. How did I come to... I have never read James Dashner's book, so why did I call it that? Out of coincidence? Well, here's what happened. I was in art class one fateful 8th grade day. I was drafting up this book, and I asked my dear, darling, amazing, spectacular friend at the time. Now, I don't remember word for word what I said, but here's an approximation of what I asked. I asked friend via notes, because, you know, middle schoolers while the teacher's talking. Just, hey, I'm looking for a name for a YA sci-fi dystopia novel. What do you recommend? Her reply back was The Eye of Minds, and I was like, oh, that's a great title, thanks. I didn't think to clarify that I'm trying to name a title for my own book. I think she interpreted that as I'm looking for a new book to read that is YA sci-fi dystopia. So a friend told me a good couple years later, a good while longer later, that this is actually already a book title. So, you know. Now, this did go through a couple renames. I can't remember what the middle name, it was like Mutants, Moonshine, and Misfits? Moonshine, Misfits, and Mutants? Or something like that. But the current title that I'm working the project under, that will be published online eventually, is Forbidden Anomalies. I am filled with utmost dread. I am filled with fear and terror. But I just gotta remind myself, I don't think... If you're proud of what you've made when you were younger and you don't see any faults whatsoever, excuse me, like, if you are 100% wholehearted proud in what you've made from your several years ago and you don't think there's any changes to be made, you're wrong and dumb and bad. You know, of course there's like nuance to that, but you get the idea. Everyone grows and changes and learns as an artist. There is no stopping learning. Uh, and I should just start straight away, but I also want to like give people time to show up. I don't know. You mind if I just hover for a bit? Yeah, I don't see anyone in the chat right now. Yeah, I feel a bit awkward just kind of talking to myself. And also, should you feel like, if you have any donations to consider, don't. This is not worthy of donations. Also, I don't have Streamlabs or any, like, Twitch-esque emotes or whatever. I don't know how to set that up. I guess you could donate to the Ko-fi if you want to support the stream, but, like, don't. This is amateur hour. Save your money. There is another thing that I feel like I should also mention. And that is... Basically, the story isn't... I filled the composition notebook. I think I tore out a couple pages. It's not finished. I mean, technically, I didn't even finish this. I don't think I've finished any story... Okay, well, I've finished 2. Well, this isn't finished. Basically, I just ran out of pages, so I filled out a second notebook. I think I threw out, or at least lost that second notebook. So I got no goddamn idea where that is. I remember generally where it goes. Don't worry about it. It's got a really cool cliffhanger. God, I'm just stalling the hell out of this thing. The stupid book's gonna kill me. Hopefully no one gets mad at me. I really hope not. I can't promise that my 13-year-old self was the greatest or most socially aware of authors. I apologize. Okay, I'm gonna switch to... Alright, I have my phone flashlight. I have a desk underneath a bunk bed setup right here. So, like, camera's right there. Or no, camera's right there. Flashlight's right there. I have a white screen on. There's more, like, shelves behind me. I just covered up with a blanket. Be grateful for that because, the shelves are absolutely messy, and behind that, my room is even worse, because I'm in the process of moving, and hopefully I'll be moving out of my parents' place next week. Only took me to the age of 25. This economy's going great. Oh, right, well, yeah, I moved out of my parents for the apartment in Japan for a few months, but, like, I think I'm, like, I might be actually, like, moving out for good, maybe, perhaps. Who knows? I don't know. Yeah. Should I wait for people to show up? I don't know. Don't worry, I have my skull water. No, not the skull vodka. That thing's like $60 now. Should I have postponed the stream until I actually published a few pages of Forbidden Anomalies? Maybe. So, like, people could compare and contrast. You can do that later. Oh god, okay. God, this is fucking killing me. I'm just skimming ahead right now. There's Yeah, there's... Okay, there... How do I describe this in a way that makes you not mad at me? Um... I don't know if, like, I was just fond with, like... like physical, like writing physical affection between characters, or if I was legitimately pairing these two up as a ship or not. I don't know. But basically, I teenage girl, grown adult man. Sometimes he's a little bit like holds her hand and stuff. That's weird and gross. I feel like I have changed since then. Let me disclose that. There are also a couple scenes in here, at least one or two, that I know for a fact I'm going to skip over. Not between them, thank God. Oh, fuck. Sorry, the OBS preview mirrors me. Okay, okay, so I've been doing this for, like, 12 minutes now. Okay, I should get started. Alright. You got it. I must not cringe. Cringe is the mind killer. Cringe is the little death that brings total oblivion. I will let the cringe pass through me, and only I will remain. How many chapters are there to this beast? There's at least 131 chapters, if I can understand my own handwriting. 131 pages. Because I made sure to write them down, at least. Chapter 8. Okay, there's at least 8 chapters in this competition. Okay. Don't want to... Actually, should I just throw this out? Chapter 1. The sun beat down on my face as I stared at it sinking below the platform of the school. Everyone was doing their own... I don't know if you can see in the camera there, but I forgot to... I did that classic writing thing. Everyone was doing their own thing, swinging on the swings. Okay, there's a swing set here. Gossiping, working on homework, you name it. I wasn't doing any of those things. I just stared at the edge of the school property, wondering what could be down below the clouds. Maybe it's capital H hell. A sea of lava, monsters I didn't know, and I wanted to know, but I couldn't. The school allowed no nonsense of what could be below the floaty platform in the sky. Even talking about it could give someone like me severe punishment. So I had to hide away my forbidden curiosity at all times. I heard the bell ring. Go outside, the woman commanded. Like mindless zombies, we all marched towards the entrance of the school. I'm 13, and this is deep. We're forced to go to school and have to obey orders. No one was allowed to peep a word, or that meant 12 hours being locked in a dark room with only a pot and a few water bottles. I know that because I've been there myself, or calling someone an idiot behind his back. I was in there for 2 days. It wasn't very fun. All of us headed to our rooms where we are supposed to sit alone, either doing homework or reading or anything as long as we were quiet. I always hated this part of the day because we just sit in silence for hours on we just sit in silence for hours on end, waiting for the cafeteria to serve us dinner. Okay, it wasn't hours on end, it was 2. But I sure felt like it. Okay, ADHD rampant in this child, and also me. I mean, once you get to the second level for the students ages 10 to 18, you don't get lunch anymore, just breakfast and dinner. Now that's just mean. The door, word is scratched out, knocks. Mushroom soup, the woman said flatly. She opened the door, dash dash, it couldn't open from the inside, dash dash, and holds a tray. Hold on, I forgot how to read for 5 seconds. She opened the door, it couldn't open from the inside, and holds, present tense, a tray with an undersized bowl. Okay, wait a minute, she pauses. Aren't you the one who's allergic to mushrooms? Yes, I answered me. She pauses and then answered, yes, I answered meekly. Sorry, kid, she apologized. I guess you're only getting the apple juice tonight. I stood up from the bed, walked over to the door to get the apple juice. Thank you, I muttered. See you tomorrow, kid, she said. Wait, she closed the door, and it locked in place. But I have a name, I said to myself. Ugh! Stop, you talked already, that's 3 days in punishment. 3 days in punishment chamber. I slowly walked back to the bed and set the the cup on the bedside table. Then I worked on homework for the night, trying to keep my mind off of the indigestion I gave myself when I was unaware of my Okay, so you were remembering in the past when you would get tummy aches from your mushroom allergy. But you're not having one right now. You only have the apple juice. Maybe you're just well, no, yeah, of course they're fucking starving. This is meant to be a bad school, a bad evil school. I finished up the homework and changed into pajamas. My suppressed thoughts bubbled in my throat, threatening to burst out. I bit my lower lip to continue hiding it. The wall-mounted computer, but why the fuck does this evil school on a platform in the sky have fucking computer monitors that you can talk to your friends with, where you're not allowed to talk in your own room when you're sitting there alone? You're not even allowed. There's no cafeteria. There's cafeteria women, but not cafeteria location. You're locked in your room, and then they bring the meals to you, which is just like a cup of soup and then a cup of apple juice, and then you don't even get the soup. And you get fucking wall-mounted computers to talk to your friends with. Psst, Teloria, my friend, Mercredi, rambled through it. Okay, wrong thing. Also, I should mention the names. So, I am keeping most of these names in Forbidden Anomalies. This character is still named Mercredi. If you speak French, you know what that means. I actually didn't take French when I was in middle school, or in high school either. I actually didn't take a language in middle school at all. I was supposed to, but my mom wouldn't let me get one, and I guess the school was fine with that. She didn't think I could handle it. And then I took Japanese in high school. So why did I name the characters this? Okay, so for whatever reason, when I was like 13 in 8th grade, I was like really getting into the periodic table. And I remember like reading the word tellurium and just being like, that is a fucking fantastic name for like a sci-fi like that. Like I remember there was even a book about it that explains like each of the elements, and it said that the word itself, it's music to your ears. And like do you ever see a car driving around on the road and it says telluride on it? Yeah, it's using that. What is it used for? I don't know. Wait, Google's right here. Give me a second. Tellurium uses.
No rush. I'm ready when you are.
Sorry, my phone heard the question. Alright, according to Wikipedia, commercially, the primary use of tellurium is CDTE, solar panels, and thermoelectric devices. A more traditional application in copper, tellurium copper, and steel alloys, where tellurium improves machinability and also consumes a considerable portion of tellurium production. Tellurium has no biological function, although fungi can be used in place of sulfur and selenium with amino acids, because they are closely related to sulfur and selenium. Such as tellurocystine and telluromethionine. In humans, tellurium is partially metabolized into dimethyltelluride, a gas with a garlic-like odor exhaled in the breath of victims of tellurium exposure or poisoning. Okay, so let's go back to the friend named Mercredi. Where on earth did I read that? Well, I don't know if you know this, but I don't know if modern composition notebooks still keep this, but on the 2012, 2013, 2014-ish, yeah, early to mid 2010s editions of there's a calendar. There's a calendar. And don't worry, it says, very helpfully, your calendar name in English, Spanish, and French. So just give me a second so I can better show off. It's not in focus. Okay. Well, for those who don't speak French, mercredi is French for Wednesday, and I thought that sounded cool as a name. We're only going up from here, folks. And again, I am keeping Teluria and Mercredi. Psst, Teluria, my friend Mercredi rambled through it. I walked across the room and leaned against the wall. Hey, how are you? I pondered. I'm fine, Teluria answered, but I am hella tired today from all the studying for that test today. I winced at her ridiculous use of the word. Hell, the school had rules on swearing, but everyone... the schooled... The schooled had rules on swearing, despite everyone being really lax about it. Oh, sorry, she muttered rather sarcastically. I forgot that you're a wimp when it comes to saying words. Hey, I squeaked to her. Mercredi rolled her eyes. You're such a dork. My face flustered, and I folded my arms. You're a jerk sometimes, you know that? I muttered, my voice shaking with embarrassment. So how's your post-studying syndrome going? She changed the subject. I'm tired too, I agreed, but I'm also anxious as to see what my grade is for the test. You nerd, Mercredi insulted. Okay, I remember where this is going, what happens to kids who don't pass the test. Mercredi, you are very nonchalant about this, let's say. There it is again, I retort rather exasperatedly. Oh, come on, everyone. The word, okay, my handwriting style is usually in all caps. I borrowed this from a friend at the time because I thought their way was pretty cool. To illustrate italics in handwriting, I wrote in cursive when I'm, instead of just at an angle. Oh, come on, everyone knows you worry way too much about grades, Telly, okay? Oh, another thing about the Tellurium name. When I was asking that other friend with the cursive, I remember when I was developing the story, and I asked them, what do you think of the name Telluria for a character? I think I suggested it to them first for their own story. And they said, I'm not interested in that name because that name would be nicknamed to Telly, and that just sounds awkward to me. And I was like, alright, if you don't want the name, I'm using it. So yeah, the Telluria nicknamed Telly. Everything comes with lore. I'm gonna go on a lot of side tangents to save myself the pain. Boop. You worry way too much about grades, Telly, okay? Mercredi, whenever there's a test on a quiz, the kid with... Get ready for some natural dialogue exposition. Mercredi, whenever there's a test on a quiz, the kid with the lowest score isn't seen from again. Like Judy. Judy spelled as in French for Thursday. So, Judy. That's true. That's meant to be from Mercredi, but I didn't attribute the dialogue. Mercredi, whenever there's a test on the quiz, the kid with the lowest grade isn't seen from again, like Judy. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. We talked for a few more hours when the lights began to flicker. It's time for bed. The woman told us. I turned off the computer and crawled into bed. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and the silence was almost arousing, but I could not sleep. Aroused? Disturbing? Did I mean disturbing? Okay, Telluria is pretty asexual, especially in later, more recent drafts. She is, but very much we're gonna see this. This was the wrong use of words. I will warn. Also, being 13, I did think that sex was hilarious. I was aware of it as a concept. That was about it, and I thought it was really funny and adult. Ooh, that's the naughty thing grown-ups do, and that's really silly. You're gonna see that later. Was almost bleh, but I could not sleep. Most would be tired now or try to focus themselves or force themselves to sleep. For we start classes at 2:30 in the No, I remember this. I remember. Okay, yeah. On one hand, I have to get up early when I don't want, and I don't get enough sleep at night anyway. But also, um, yeah, this is meant to be a hell school. What for? I don't know, but it was a hell school where you had computer monitors. You know, like that, like in those. Remember that episode of iCarly when like Spencer redoes her bedroom, but it turns out gummy bears are flammable. They're not actually. I just don't think they wanted to motivate kids experimenting in real life. So like her whole room burned down. So as recompense, they like with the insurance money, they rebuilt her room, and she got that massive fucking computer monitor. That's probably what I was thinking of. So remember, the school disappears kids if they're too dumb. You're only permitted a few hours of sleep per night, non-stop homework. You're not starving, but you are deliberately underfed. But you get Discord calls with your friends for as long as you want. Great. The fact that you had several hours of free time. Also, why on earth did I write in? You only get 2 hours to work on homework, and then like what you get the rest of the night to yourself. Great. Fucking fantastic. Oh yeah, so we start classes at 2:30 in the morning, but I could not sleep. My internal organs wrenched with nerves, and I curled up tighter in the fetal position. You can see at the bottom, I spelled it in the British way with an O, and then I crossed it out to the American spelling without the O, because I write in the only language, in American. The suppressed thought was hurting me for as long as like there are also points in here where you can see you can clearly see like literal first draft number 1 was written in pencil, and then I went over again in pen to like correct stuff and whatever little plot holes I found to condense the text so I could like fit in more words. But also I had a bad eraser. You could see like where I scratched out with pen, and then at times where I had a bad eraser that just smudged it horribly. The suppressed thought was hurting me for as long as I can remember. The thought could have been born with me for all I know. I remembered when I asked a teacher why we're up here in the first place, and she slapped me twice, one on the top of the head and once in the cheek. I was only 6 at the time, and they, I presume small children. I was only 6 at the time, and they only get minor punishments. I'm 15 now, and asking that could mean death. Okay. Okay, this next paragraph is stupid. The thought churned its way around my body and my lungs and my heart and my intestines, leaving behind pain and urges. I had to let out the thought soon because I was pretty sure it was capable of killing me. Okay, so the kid has a fucking parasite or a tapeworm. And I mean, the urge to do something you're not supposed to do is pretty palpable for teenagers, you know? I feel like this is a very, very accurate representation on what it's like to be a teenager in an abusive school, in a school that literally kills you, that is actively torturing you. You still get some Discord calls with your oomfies though. So remember, murder school, computer calls. I laid there in the dark with the mind exploding with thoughts for hours. I had this lack of sleep for a week. It was 11. You get up at 2:30. It was 1:45 in the morning when I should be getting up in... it was 1:45 in the morning. I should be getting up in 15 minutes. There's like a little dash, 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 if you see there, to illustrate, like, a skip in the plot. But for the sake of it, I got up anyway. I strode to the bathroom and stripped down to take a morning shower. The water was cold, like always, and it gave my body a weird numbing sensation. My purple-black hair hung down my back and soaked locks. Then I took a bar of soap and let it all over. I know how to take a shower. You don't need to explain how to take a fucking shower. There's a lot more you need to explain than how to shower. Then I took the bar of soap and lathered it all over me, but all the lathering in the world wouldn't wash away the sin I carried with me in the form of thought. Oh boy. We're never gonna get past this. Okay. Doesn't look like anyone's joining. In the paywall Discord server, no one's joined yet. I feel awkward just making fun of myself alone right now. But we're not stopping until the book's done. I finished the shower, dried off using the rough towels available, then I changed into the school uniform. Once I finished, the alarm buzzed around the second level. 30 minutes until classes start, the woman informed. I listened to the students across the other halls groaning and drudging to get ready. I just sat quietly on my bed, with my legs crossed and my hands in my lap. The darkness tried hard to overpower my vision, but my eyes were adjusted to it, so I could see clearer. Take that, I thought humorously. There's this section that's all scribbled out. I'm gonna read it anyway. Okay, that isn't true. I have some mutation where I can see perfectly in the darkness. I have yet to tell someone. Yeah, I can see why I scratched that out. That would actually make... I mean, maybe I should reincorporate that superpower in what is now known as forbidden anomalies. Maybe I should. Because, like, one of the thematic elements is that not everyone has useful powers. You know, for reasons. I shouldn't have spoiled that. God fucking damn it. 2:30 rolled around much slower than I anticipated, and the three knocks on my door arrived as I heard talking from the other rooms. Toast and eggs, the cafeteria woman called. I got up from the seat, walked to the door. You can come in. It opened, just hardly skidding my face. She served the plate. Thank you, I retorted. She left the door open for me to get to classes and walked away. I stared at the plate in my hands. The eggs and toast were made in a careless manner, as if the chefs just did not care. Were made in a careless manner, as if the chefs just did not care. I hope people could extrapolate that from the word made in a careless manner. My insides stopped heaving, but then started back up again in a few seconds. It started back up in a few seconds' time. That was the first moment of relaxation I could remember, and somehow it had given me a feeling of hope. I consumed breakfast and walked out of my room and down the hall to classes. First up was language arts. Okay, you're 15. You're in high school. Your class is called English now. Okay, actually, nitpicky question. I never got that in, like, at least in my neck of the woods in the United States. Just call it literature class. Just call it book classes. Just call it, like, reading. I never understood why in real life, in growing up, like, when you're in middle school, it's called language arts, and then when you're in high school, it's called English, when it's just both about literature. These are not technically incorrect statements, but, you know. Excuse me, sorry. I nearly threw up. I'm not joking. I'm not even joking. A little bit came up. I'm good now. So anyway, 15-year-old is going to a middle school grade class. Got it. First up was language arts. I placed my stuff down on my desk. Macready and her Macready and her identical twin sister Vendretti sat on either side of me. Macready and Vendredi are basically mere You could tell them apart only because Vendredi had all her features on the left, Macready had all her features on the left, while Macready had all of hers on the right. The side their curly black hair was parted, the hand they write with, even the mole that was on their cheeks, right and left. Okay, now that makes more sense. But when I envisioned all their features, I was thinking like eyes, nose, mouth, one arm, one leg. Where was I? Oh yeah, all their features, the mole on their cheek, right and left. I couldn't help but find it funny that, by the way, they sat next to me. Their features pointed to me. Okay. Taloria, did you hear about Hino? Hino? I think he got the lowest score on the test. Vendredi gossiped to me. Then I informed I don't do gossip. Good thing he could be leaving. Macready continued. That kid's a real pain in the ass. God, I know, right? Jesus fucking Christ, girls! Girls, you're this careless about your classmate's life? Okay, is this deliberate commentary on people who kind of embrace the culture that they become a part of? And specifically their abusive environments that don't value, in this case, the sanctity of human life and children's lives, as a survival tactic so that it doesn't destroy them from the inside out? Or was it just me trying to be dark and edgy? Who knows? This theme could be better explored in Forbidden Anomalies. But until then, we're reading The Eye of Minds, No Not the Ones by Dashner. That kid's a real pain in the ass. God, I know, right? Guys, I tried to say, imagine how much easier it's going to be without him. No more spitball stuck to the walls, No more running in the hall. Who the fuck cares about running in the halls when you're a student? Name me one student that cares about running in the halls. That is well-adjusted. Hello? Okay, that's supposed to be Taloria interjecting. Oh, what about Hora? Hora? Oh my god, I hate her. Did you hear what she called Marty? I know, who even says that to a girl like Marty? She's so shy. Someone like Hora, am I right? Just remove the A from her name, that's what she is. Hora, what do you... Oh my god. What do you... Oh my god, Ven, you're a comedy genius. I cleared my throat to get their attention. It didn't work. Anyway, did you hear what they did to S? Ladies, the teacher, Mr. Viernes, said, class is starting and recommend that you two shut it. Wasn't this a no talking allowed school? So talking's okay during classes, but not during, free time. And especially not when you're walking to and from places. Give me a second, I need to meditate, I need to mentally reset. I'm gonna check if... Yeah, shoot, no one's here still. I could just end the stream right now and no one would notice. I'm not gonna do that. I made a promise. People paid me to do this, and I'm not one to nix on payments. Macready and Macready and Vendredi stopped gossiping that moment. Thank you, he muttered. Then he begun to drone on about writing techniques and such, which is really just stuff we already knew. The thought pounds in my skull, begging to be released. After years, its voice mutated. Why are we up here? It demanded of me. The voice was grainy and high-pitched, and it was notorious for giving me constant headaches. No, I thought to the voice, be quiet, please. Is Teluria having a psychotic episode? Judged by the lack of food and sleep, probably. No, I thought to the voice, be quiet, please. Why are we up here? It repeated. I pressed my temple with my index and middle finger. That did nothing but make the voice louder. Why are we here? Shut it, I hissed under my breath. Stop it. What? Why are we here? Stop it. Why? Please. Why? Why don't you get out of my life? Telly? Telly! Macready whispered, holding her hand on mine. Are you okay? Who are you talking to? I didn't want to risk Mr. Viennes calling us out, and I didn't want Macready knowing, so I took a strip of notebook paper and wrote on down the first person that came to mind, the teacher. It made me nauseous lying to her like that, but I maintained a fake smirk anyway. Macready snickered and patted my back. You bugger, she whispered between chuckles. Are they... Okay, no, I don't think they were supposed to be British. I was just... Can you tell I was in my Anglophile phase at this time? Don't worry, there's more coming. Girls, if either of you speak one more time, you're going in the room, Mr. Viennes threatened. The both of us shut up, and I quickly erased what I had written. The rest of the 3 hours of class was just next to normal. 3 of the students were sent to the room, or at least different kinds. Different kinds of room. The first kid, Bisma, Bisma, she was sent in the room for 12 hours, having not finished all 10 pages of last night's homework. Nerio, Nerio, the second kid, had to be in the room for 2 days after throwing a paper wad at the wall, quote, out of boredom, and Oris, or IS, was the last kid. He turned out to have cheated on the homework. He was then locked in the closet and said to be there for an entire week. My guts tightened to imagine how feeble he will be after that week. Class ended at 5:35, like it should, and most of us went over the second period. In my case, it was social studies, aka history. That wasn't written in the book. It was just me clarifying. In the twins' case, it was algebra. They would see what their grades are from the test before I do. My algebra period was the last period of the day. Mrs. Dinah, D-Y-N-A, was possibly our only teacher who gave a damn about the well-being of the students. I thought you were anti-swearing, Teluria. She would always start class with something named a roll call, which is when you just announce the Newton's name alphabetically and the students replies with here. I think we know what a roll call is. I don't think that needs to be... Okay, maybe I'm trying to do narration, like, storytelling through the narration, where, like, Teluria explaining these things, that's like, this is so weird. Does anyone else know what I'm talking about? Kind of thing. And it turns out it's like, yeah, literally everyone does that, Teluria. Is this a socially isolating environment that doesn't allow talking except for fantasizing about the murder of your students? Or was I just a shit writer? Mrs. Dinah adjusted her glasses and looked down at her notepad. Lauren, she called. Here, the voice answered. Bisma, she's in the room. Here, the boy answered. Bisma, she's in the room, someone answered, a bit too nonchalant for my liking. Okay, so that I don't have a problem with. Everyone being sent to the room for, like, any punishments whatsoever, to the point where, like, they're not even fazed about it anymore. They're just like, yeah, they were trapped in isolation detention for 3 days. Yeah, she's in the room. Yeah, she's in detention. Yeah, that I don't have a problem with. If I had just nixed out the earlier, with it being so fucking on the nose, this would have been more effective. But there is one thing I feel it important to note, and that is the the new formatting in Forbidden Anomalies is going to be a webcomic, and it's not going to have a school setting. Um, yeah. Oh, she's in the room. Someone answered. A bit too nonchalant for my liking. Okay. Okay. Dot dot dot. Denari here. Esario here. Hino present. Iza here. She called out the names one by one, hardly stopping to take a breath. These aren't even in. Are these in alphabetical? Okay, these are in alphabetical order. I just wasn't paying attention. Hardly stopping to catch a breath, someone named Nye, N-Y-E, as in Bill, was also in the room, and Courts was late, giving her the punishment of 3 days without supper in the school. That was the kindest thing you could do, while still passing it off as a punishment. Tayan, as Dinah called, someone called out here. My name would be up next. Someone called out here, and my name would be up next. Taloria, present, I stammered. Someone chuckled in the room, and Mrs. Dinah shot him or her a threatening glare, which translates to, shut your face right now or you'll be sorry. It's so unfunny. It somehow loops back around to being funny, but not in the way I meant. The last kid in the roll call was Jazz, X-A-Z, and then class had truly started with the lesson. There was a pop quiz in the class, so we all had to shut up. Lyle, L-Y-L-E, got sent to the room for copying off of Juan's quiz, W-A-N, Juan, not the Spanish Juan. And he got a week without supper for letting himself get copied from. I kept my eyes to my own paper the whole time, trying hard not to let my eyes trail away. Oh, so it was... Okay, yeah, so, like, victim blaming and victim punishing aside about the whole test copying thing, was I trying to imply that, like, anything that wasn't looking at your own paper was considered copying? Okay, so this kid... No, wait, no, not this kid. Mrs. Dinah, she cares about her students so much that she does roll call. And when someone, like, makes fun of... When someone makes fun of it, like, chuckles when another student stammers, she's like, she gives them a look like, you better stop that right now, or so help me, I'm good... Like that, but then she still victim blames students and punishes them for the audacity of being copied off. Not, here, look at my answers, you have permission to copy from me, but no, I shouldn't have eaten a big meal before starting to stream, sorry. Okay, the quiz finished after an hour and we all turned ours in. Whoever had not finished got an automatic 0. I felt bashful because I finished early, and I think the look on my face gave it away to everyone around me. Class ended at 8:35 and we all headed to our related arts classes, which is 3rd and 4th period. For me, it was art and choir. Why does the hell school have a choir class? Drawing and singing are my weaknesses. See, you can tell this isn't, like, another form of a self-insert, because I still do. I love drawing and singing. I don't consider myself a professional by any means, but I do like it. But me saying that me writing the character not being good at drawing and singing. See, that's inventive. That's really creative. They'll never suspect. Vendretti and I talked about classes and grades for a while when suddenly she said, my grade on the test was 97.0. That's nice, I said smoothly. Want to know your grade? I did see them, you know. Nah, I refused. I want it to be a surprise. Are you sure? Yeah. Oh, so this isn't like how it says, like, student ID grade on the public bulletin board. So, like, everyone can see their grades, but only you know your student ID. No, this one just, like, refuses your lack of privacy. Like, name, grade. I mean, in a hell school, I wouldn't mind that. It would add to another layer of social ostracization. And especially since we all know what happens to dumb students. What on earth are these kids studying for that requires classes to start at fucking 2:30 in the morning? And each class lasting for, 3 hours, was it? Let me double check. What? Yeah, 3-hour classes. What was it? 6 classes throughout the day? 18. Let's find out. Vendretti and I talked about our classes and grades, but are you so sure? Yeah, class then started and we did nothing but draw. Today it was a jellyfish. Don't ask. Why the fuck would anyone care if you're drawing jellyfish for 3 fucking hours? I wish I could draw jellyfish for 3 hours. I wish I had that level of dedication. Unfortunately, I don't. Well, I do go to life drawing classes every other Monday. The rest of the day leading up to algebra was uneventful. The most that happened was when 2 students were sent to the room, one for a day, one for 2 days. I wonder when the school is going to run out of those rooms. There's only 42 of them and over 1,000 people, not including the 30-something adults that work here. When 5th period hit at 2:45, my body had been bursting with anxiety. I was nervous to see my grade for the test. Okay, so there's only 5 periods per day, but each one lasts 3 hours. Okay, so we're already, like, 12 hours into your school. So this is a 15-hour school day. Are these supposed to be, like, super Mensa kids? So then why did you draw fucking jellyfish for 3 hours? Why do you do choir? That could be used on more studying. Well, actually, I know why, and I'm not telling you. Give me a second, I lost track of my tabs. There you are. I opened the door to the classroom. The grades weren't there. On the wall. Mr. Jim, I always thought his name was weird in parenthesis. Oh yeah, so I was trying to do like the kids on the Sky High Hell School. We're supposed to have the weird names, and then normal names are the ones for those down below. But needing to call explicit attention to Jim, weird name. That is a thematic through line you'll see in Forbidden Anomalies, when I publish it, whenever. That all of something in my eye. That all the kids who were in the sectors, as they're called, no longer schools, but sectors, because education is stupid. But no, yeah, the kids in the sectors get weird names. In air quotes, but, like, normal people have normal people names. And when I say normal people, I mean, like, non-sector people. So, for example's sake, if you were, like, you would get the classic, like, YA, sci-fi, fantasy-ish, made-up sounding name. Why? I don't know. I think they're kind of cool. But just as a further level of delineation. Hold on, I need to double check what delineation means. I'm so smart. I love reading and writing. Okay, so technically not an incorrect usage, the act of outlining or representing something with clear lines. I mean, okay, yeah, I've made it pretty clear this is meant to be a bad school. I've delineated that. Meant to be more further social ostracization, basically in the off chance that someone escaped from their school, from the one floating hell school. And they have weird names, and they have potentially unnatural, like, colored eyes or colored hair, like, just like my Japanese animes. You know what that means? You know how weird that fucking kid is? Then they're like, hey, how come you got a weird name, and how come your hair's purple? That's kind of fucking weird, right? You're probably gonna think, oh, maybe this kid's just weird and likes attention and has main character Chuny syndrome. Or maybe they're a runaway from the hell school. Maybe you should, give someone a call to see what's up. So anyway, Mr. Jim's name is weird. Mr. Jim, parenthesis, always thought the name was weird. End parenthesis, must have seen the condition on my face. Oh, must have seen the confusion on my face, and answered, I don't have good handwriting. And answered, I'll show the board at the end of class. I nodded, though my heart sank with the weight of dead hope. Classes were normally 3 hours, but the extra 3 minutes in between, plus the extra 3 minutes in between them, but it felt like 6 months would pass. I sat down at my seat and did the warm-up on the board as students trickled into the classroom. Throughout the class, I had impatience surging through me in a thick Eker. I think Eker, but I spelled it like I-C-H-O-R. Is that how you spell it? You can tell. I wrote I-C-Q-U-O-R and then scratched it out and spelled it as I-C-H-O-R. Iker meaning... In Greek mythology, Ichor is the ethereal fluid made up of the blood of the gods and or immortals. I'm not reading Google AI summary. Fuck you. I'm reading the preview. I'm reading only the first sentence of the Wikipedia page. I have research skills. Shut up. Surged through me in a thick ichor like honey. Wherever it went and left behind anticipation and a tingling sensation. My hand couldn't stop trembling. Oh, like the nervous pit, like you're so nervous with anxiety, you're trembling. Because it literally says my hand. So why'd you have to say tingling? What? Shut up, you weird, stupid teenager. Both me and this child. And Taloria. No, I thought, get your mind onto other things. I remembered my 6th grade... I thought your last class of the day was algebra at 5th period. I remembered my 6th grade science teacher, Mrs. Zend, before she had fallen off the platform. Okay, I'm not even mad at that. Like, that... I'm not mad at this, like, intriguing hook of, like... Remember, this is a floating platform so high in the sky it's above the clouds. How are they breathing? Don't worry about it. It's just... I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like... Did they shorten the day from 6 period to 5 periods after Mrs. Zend fell off the platform? Never mind, this isn't worth a thought. I clearly didn't think that hard writing about this. I remembered my 6th grade science teacher, Mrs. Zend, before she had fallen off the platform. She was beautiful, her hair was coppery red, and her eyes minty green. A thin silver chain wrapped around her neck, and she had been below the platform. Excuse me. She always snuck in little references to it, and I was the only one who seemed to notice them. One day, class ended, I walked up to her, forbidden curiosity leaking through my pores. Mrs. Zend, I muttered. Yes, Taloria, she said. I remember gripping hard onto the end of my skirt. Like just... Okay, I know the visual in my brain, and she's just, like, standing up. Like, she's just, like, nervously grabbing onto something where her hands are located, and her hands are about at the end of her skirt, which is knee length, you fucking weirdos. I should have described her school uniform. I still remember it. It was meant to be like, it was like a yellow suit coat. Boys wore, I think navy blue ties. Girls wore navy blue bows, like a white button up underneath, and then for boys, navy blue pants. For girls, navy blue pleated skirts that went to knee length. I think like white knee high socks because I'm a fucking weeb, and I still am. God bless Japan. Shit, I lost my page because when I dropped it. Mrs. Zend, yes, Deloria, she said. I remember gripping hard under the end of my skirt. You want to know if I've been below the platform, do you? My face flustered and I nodded, the nerves writhing in me had partially settled. You're the first student I've met, Mrs. Zen acknowledged, that wants to know why we're floating in the sky. Teloria's just that fucking smart, or at least the one brave enough to even ask. The main character girl, wow. Well, I remembered, it's not allowed here at the school. Teloria, why are you asking me if it's forbidden? My face burned more because I stammered. I just don't want to be alone anymore. Mrs. Zen's face was confused, but at the same time intrigued, like she wanted to tell more. Parenthesis, okay, it wasn't like that. Why the fuck would you write it in? Was confused, but at the same time intrigued, like she wanted to tell me. But she died a few months later. That's quite a bit of leeway time between even acknowledging that below the platform exists and dying. Remember, even asking you this at this age gets you the death sentence. They take their sweet fucking time. And anyway, she even acknowledges that it exists, and Teloria's just fucking like whenever she gets nervous, she blushes, I guess. Which, I mean, I should probably keep that. But she died a few months later. She had fallen off into the unknown. No one knows exactly how she fell. Some say poetic suicide, that she wanted to go back home. Some say that she had tripped or leaned over too far. I said foul play. The memory of that faded, just like her existence. I can see bits and pieces of what could be good here. I just fucking hate how it's written. You literally said earlier that it was, that again, asking is the death penalty, acknowledging that it exists is the death penalty. And Mrs. Zen just immediately, now Mrs. Zen immediately figuring out that kid. That she is a good judge of character. Problem is, she likes to run her mouth. But wait, why did I give Mrs. Zend a weird name when she'd been below the platform when Mr. Jim didn't? Excuse me. We're at page 19. It's okay. Class is just about to end, Mr. Jim's voice interrupted, so I'll show you the grades for the test now. Everyone's talking faded. I thought you weren't allowed to talk in this hell school. Suddenly the looks on their faces were ones of sheer terror. I felt my body burning with nerves as well as anxiety. Everyone's grades. Okay, so I started writing, everyone's grades will show up, and then I just wrote over the I with an O, and then I didn't really bother to everyone's grades would. Okay, so I remembered to correct from present to past tense this one time. Everyone's grades would show up in a matter of seconds. Mercury nudged my arms. I hope we did good, she worried. Leaving here forever is not on my schedule. I'm worried. You called me a nerd last night for worrying about my grades too, she hissed. Oh yeah. chalkboard flipped and everyone gasped. I squeezed my eyes tight out of fear. No. I don't want to see my grades. No. Relatable. Just so she's not even looking. Just, did I fail? Did I fail? I squeaked. No. Macready answered with a ... You're far from failing, Telly. I opened my eyes and saw the board. The O kind of looks like an E here. She saw the beard. I thought I was going to implode. A series of words escaped my lips without my consent. I'm at the top. Whoa! And then I proceeded to write on the next page here. For some reason, they're inked in. They're written in ink and then scratched out in pencil here. Uh-oh, there's a character with a not nice name. I didn't know it was a slur yet. I didn't know that word for Romani was a slur. Okay, so yeah, Taloria has 100.0, A+ in parentheses. Nyes, N-Y-E... No, just Nye, and then with a scribbled equal sign. Nye, 99.2. I remembered Vendretti was 97.0, that's good. Okay, so these last 6 names were not scratched out in pencil on my list here. Juan, 42.0, F-. Sorrow, S-O-R-O. Not the Canadian pronunciation of sorrow. I mean sorrow. 28.7, F-. Esario, 25.2, F-. Jazz, 22.2, F-. Fawn, 20.2, F-. And Cayenne, 0.2... 02.1. I didn't even bother to give that a grade. Was it to show that cayenne, not like the pepper, I meant cayenne? K-A-Y-A-N? Why did the hell school even allow anyone to get an F? Or a D? Or a C? Or a B, even? Taloria got 100.0. Good job. Vendretti got 97.0. Wait. Okay, so there's 1,000 students in this school, and how many names are on this list? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16. 17 times 2. Okay, so there's 34 students in who at least take this class. Chapter 2, page 22. There was cheering, there was crying, there was laughter, there was groaning. I was too aghast to do anything. Telly, you look way too shell-shocked. Come on, party, Vendretti offered. I stood up despite the nerves paining my every muscle. Atta girl, she said. Everyone stared at me in honor. I wasn't over-exaggerating, semicolon. I have long legs and a willowy fig. I totally took that from fucking... Divergent? Yeah, no, the main character in Divergent, she was described as, as being small and petite and childlike, and there's this one passage where she's like, I'm so skinny and small, people think I'm 10, but I'm actually 16. If I was tall, people would call my figure willowy, but no, I look like a child. That's a good term, though, willowy. I should use that again. So yeah, Deloria's tall. You'll know exactly how tall later. Does she stay this tall? In Forbidden Anomalies? No. Anyway. Tayan and Kayan, the fraternal twins, were hugging each other. There is no similarity between the two. They're not even the same gender. Tayan had straight red-brown hair, tan skin, and dark brown eyes. He's a head taller than most people, but then since I'm known for being freakishly tall, Tayan reaches my nose. Cayenne had golden blonde hair that bounces in corkscrew curls. Her eyes are big, watery blue, and alabaster skin to match. Alabaster skin. Okay, I mean, I'm not mad at that descriptor. I just feel like, in the very simplistic, childish way I've been writing so far, you can see these points where I'm like, I see descriptors that I like, try to implement it, and then it just like really sticks out to me. And all the fucking cringe dialogue, like calling someone a whore and then says that you're a comedy genius. Fucking. And the thing is, they would have probably gotten similar grades had Cayenne not passed out due to anxiety. Oh my god, the poor kid fucking... Cayenne failed the... They gave her a 2%, and then she passed out from anxiety. Mid-test. She barely started... Okay, so I'm thinking, like, did they only credit her with, like, what she had answered? Because it would have just been a flat 0. Like, if they were like, test failed. But no, they gave her the credit to at least be like, okay, you get, in this 50-question quiz, you can get 1 point. You get 1 point correctly. You answered one thing correct. And then you passed out, so you failed. Wait, hold on. We're about to hear some fuck shit. I do agree with most of the rules at the school. Don't get me wrong. That's literally all you know, child. I mean, I'm not mad at this, again, at the student being like, oh, don't get me wrong, I don't have an issue with the school's rules, I just have a couple slight disagreements with the hell school that makes us go to classes for 15 hours a day, and then gives us multiple hours of homework at night. And then, you know, we're not allowed to sleep, and we don't really eat much anyway. I mean, it's totally fine and all, it's totally fine, I don't have a problem with it at all, don't kill me. Why am I trying to justify the idiot who wrote this book? When I find who wrote this, I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind. Let me know. Let me tell you what. Let's go. I do agree with most of the rules at the school. Don't get me wrong, but 2 rules are the bane of my existence, and I would kill to have them removed. The first is being a victim of bullying also gets punished because he or she allowed said person to bully them. Second is an automatic 0 for not finishing a test or quiz. These 2 damned rules are the reasons I despise the person who thought of them. If I ever find that person, I swear at every bone I swear to everyone I care about, I'm gonna kill him. Damn, you're just assuming that the guy who runs the school is a man? I mean, yeah, probably, but... I totally agree with everything at the school, but, like, I'm totally fine with the isolation punishments, you know? That's totally chill. It's totally fine. Completely normal. But this is where I draw the line. Telly McCurdy wondered, "Are you okay?" Huh? Oh yeah, I'm fine, I assured her. Why would you think that? Wait, where was McCurdy in the list of grades? McCurdy got an 84.4. Yeah, that feels like a very McCurdy grade to get, knowing how I know this character in the modern lens. Huh? Why? I'm fine, why would you think that? Well, I think it was just my imagination, but your eyes almost looked like they were flashing yellow. Again, it was probably my imagination, she notified. Wait, what color are Telluria's eyes? I know what they are now. What color were they here? I think they were brown back then. Or were they blue? But I remember the yellow eyes. I remember that was like one of my more cool traits with her. My very cool and not cringe traits with Telluria. And that is her eyes flashing, like turning, like glowing yellow in signs of distress. Forbidden Anomalies is the story about superpowers. Is this? Let's find out. I walked up to Tan and Can, who were still hugging each other. I noticed that Can's shoulders were rocking, giving me the hint that she was crying into her brother's shoulders. She noticed me walking to her, and she smiled softly. You got top, she choked. Good for you. Wait. You got top, she choked. Good for you, Taloria. I began to question how she knew me, then I felt like some ditzy idiot who doesn't know Taloria. The 5'10" girl with dark purple hair, electric blue eyes, and always hangs out with the Mirror Twins. Yeah, because you're so fucking special, Taloria. You're the only one in this school with the purple hair, and who's also, like, freakishly tough. Did I seriously consider? Okay, I mean, yeah, if you're an insecure teenager, you would consider... An insecure teenage girl, you'd think 5'10" was, like, way too fucking tall. Okay, that, yeah, I understand that. Oh, shit, the condensation dripped onto my priceless artifact here. Let me just try to mop that up a bit. With my knee. So yeah, we know what Taluria's natural eye color is. Electric blue. You got top. Good for you. Who doesn't know Taloria? Also, your name was on the list of grades, Taloria. It's my fault, KN blamed. No, it's not, I protested. You didn't fall unconscious on purpose. I know, she sighed. Taeyeon turned around to face me and said, every day after this, you better not forget Kayan, promise? I nodded, then I walked away back to my friends. Don't forget her, in italics. That's probably the character thinking to herself. I'm surprised there's not more blaming against Taloria. I feel like in a school where the kid with the lowest grade gets murdered, you'd probably have some misguided anger towards the kids who get top. Is there a bonus for getting top? If you get top grades, if you, like, win the test, do you get any kind of bonus here? Or is your bonus just congrats you survive? I skimmed ahead. I don't like where this is going. This isn't a super graphic scene, I don't think. Let's just double check. I noticed a few people scowling at me from the corner of the room. They weren't anyone I knew closely, but Fawn was a part of them. Fawn is hard to miss. She has frizzy red hair that was hardly in control. Her eyes are caramel brown, with yellow flecks on only on her left eye. She has how the fuck did you get piercings, Fawn? She has 2 piercings on both ears, each pair a different color. One was neon green and the other was black. Oh, okay, so like... So yeah, double lobe. Neon green and black. Okay. I crept out of the room, since class would be over in 30 seconds, and out of the building. That was quick, damn. Must be by the emergency escape exit. The school was right in the middle of the platform, which was around by 20 yards approximate. That is a small fucking school for 1,000 students. That could be commentary on, like, I can imagine all the rooms being super cramped in the Hell School, yeah. The school was right in the middle, over 20 yards approximately. Okay, so for the majority of the planet who'd be watching this... Oh shit, okay, is my audio still working? Give me a sec. Okay, so for... Okay, sorry, I just had the overwhelming, indescribable fear if my audio was disconnected. Yeah, so I was checking. The whole point of this, 20 yards, 2 meters. .288 meters. That's a small fucking school for 1,000 fucking students. Had to reply to my soon-to-be roomie really quick. Okay, anyway. At the Wayside School for Sideways Children. Wait, is that the right one? The one where they built it, like... instead of it being one story with 30 rooms, it's like 30 rooms on each floor, so it's really tall. This is the building I'm imagining. Or no, wait. I think I know what I'm trying to get at here. If that is, there around the school is like a 20-yard perimeter, or 18-meter. So you have 18 meters of lawn space on all sides on a circular platform. I slowly stalked to the edge as the bell rang. People slowly trickled outside. My toes hung off the ledge as I stared into the abyss buried in gray cloud. Excuse me. As I leaned in slower and slower, inch by inch, curiosity fogged my brain. I was leading deathly close by now. One shove and I would fall to my death. At least I'd know what was below. The sun beat down on my neck as I looked. How long is her hair supposed to be? Because, like, I remember I was looking up on Quotev. Rest in peace, Quotev. The site's still up. They just got rid of, like, social interaction with people. Like, it's only a fanfic site. You aren't even allowed to, like, message people. There's no, like, social board anymore. It was called, like, the activity dashboard, I think. It was called activity. And then they decided to delete that. And also, instant messaging people. Wait, is the little chat box still open on Quotev? I still know my login. Don't feel like checking. But yeah, anyway, when I was looking up on Quotev, like, when I was typing this up on Quotev, I had the picture. I was looking up, like, girl with purple hair, and then there was this one stock photo of, like, a girl with dark purple hair all tied in a little bow, and it was, like, her, like, it was, like, a back-facing the viewer kind of picture, and I was like, yeah, that's Teluria. The sun beat down on my neck as I took close focus on the dark clouds under the platform. Is that, I thought, smoke? Then the platform jerked in the opposite direction I was facing. It was literally moving for the first time in 4 years. My balance had been lost. I was waving my arms wildly in a windmill motion as my body wobbled back and forth. So, you know, like the anime arm wave thing, that one. No, I yelled. I tried to get my balance back, but it wasn't letting me. Then someone grabbed the back of my collar. Teluria, are you okay? Iza's voice announced. Not exactly, I snapped. Iza patted my shoulder, the sun shining on her chocolate-colored skin. Okay, I'm not one to say on, like, how one should write people of color and black people, like, especially on how to write black people when you are not a black person, or how to write outside the racial demographic that you, the author, are part of. But one helpful piece of advice that I've gotten is don't reference, you know, the spice and food trade with Africa, as that is very strongly tied to the slave trade from Africa, like, historically speaking, and also it is just a bit exoticizing and, like, objectifying that you're comparing them to food. Like, russet brown, acorn brown, last I checked, I think those descriptors are fine. Don't use chocolate, don't use cinnamon, don't use coffee. Anyway, you could have died, you know, she lectured. I fixed up my ponytail and smoothed the flicks away. Flix. Thank you. I owe you one, Iza, I said calmly after nearly dying. Iza and I walked back to the center, away from the edges. The 4 kids from earlier were by a tree, continuing to glare at me. Okay, yeah, that was the misdirected anger I was talking about earlier. I noticed one of the kids as Sorrow, the boy who nicknamed me Tree Girl. I've been bullied in school before. It wasn't like the most heinous thing ever. It wasn't the worst. It wasn't, I don't remember. Okay, well, I kind of remember, like the overarching in 4th grade, it was pretty bad. I was getting bullied by like a small group of classmates. My mom described it as nearly every day I would come home in tears because of these girls. I don't remember that myself, frankly speaking. Like, I do not. If but like, we were 9, and like I'm writing this at age 13, and like I knew swear words at this point. What? Tree girl was the best you could come up with, Sorrel? Oh my god. Okay, we're getting a water break. I'm dying. I'm actively dying. The boy who nicknamed me Tree Girl, they whispered to one another while Fawn glanced at me a few times. They don't seem to like you very much, Isa muttered to me. Thanks, Isa. Suddenly, they headed in our direction. This is gonna get worse. You're hanging out with that... Abrupt cutoff to sentence indicated by a dash. I did not write that. You're hanging out with that... One of them insulted using a racial slur. And then finishing the sentence. Now... You're hanging out with one of that... Now... Ladies and gentlemen... We did it. We've won literature. This is my story on why racism is bad. So, chocolate-colored skin, A-okay. Racial slurs, not okay. What? You're hanging out with one of that now? What would the mirror freak shows think of this? They wouldn't care, I said with cold detachment. But they would care about your unnecessary racism. Boom! Yeah, you bastards, Isa agreed. Do you even know who I am? The guy yelled at us. Nope, I trailed off. Yo! Let's go! You're so good at this. You're so fucking good at this, Baby Gravy. You're so good. You're such a good author. You'll do great things. Is White Streak any better 3 years later? Because I started that when I was like 15, just about 6. That was only a couple years later. And I was like 15, 16, trying to write about like adults in their late 20s. Ugh. The boy arched an eyebrow. He smoothed back his silvery blonde hair. I'm Isario, he said, the silver blonde hair kid, and I'm the guy who's gonna be the end of you, Tree Girl. Apparently, he caught on with Soro's nickname. He continued spouting insults at me from the top of his lungs. I found it hard to take him seriously. I wonder what that feels like. Because he was up to my shoulders. Tyon was known for being tall, and he's up to your nose. And he's a full head taller than most students. So they're usually about chest height on 5 foot 10. How short are these students? Probably from malnourishment. And undersleeping, now that I think about it. Teluria shrugged off near almost dying being very quickly and is now like the cool, unbothered protagonist who doesn't even care that they're being bullied because they're so confident in themselves. Yeah, Teluria, you're so fucking confident, aren't you? Water break. I stared at him boredly, even though my ears had started to ring. Hey, Mrs. I think I meant to pronounce this as Sin. It's spelled C-I-N-N. Hey, Miss Sin. Miss Sin's voice warned, get away from the girls right now. 4 people ran away. But Asario yelled at me, you're dead meat. This is what happens if either you've never been bullied or you've been bullied to the point of psychological suppression, where you block the memory. I don't think those girls ever physically hurt me. I think they just like were insulting and like isolating me a lot. But yeah, this is why you should do a little research before writing a story. And this is why if you do write a story when you're in middle school, it's objectively bad, and you should just never write anything forever. That's the great way to go. Or perhaps you should try new things. That's probably the healthy way. Page 28, let's go. Mercredi and Ventredi jogged over to Isa and I. What the hell is their problem with you, Teluria? Vendretti wondered. I'm not sure, I said. But it has something to do with the fact that I got top of my test. Good point, Mercredi said. Yeah, do you think they're jealous of you? That's probably, again, misdirected anger and jealousy, but that's what I was saying earlier. Oh man, can't imagine why they would think that after they're literally screaming in my face and threatening to murder me while never saying a swear word. Well, okay, they said a racial slur of indeterminate precision. But swears, that's where we draw the line. The 4 of us joked around and talked about stuff. Good job, good writing skills, baby gravy. At some point, the nerves began to burn me, but I tried hard to ignore. The sun was setting below the platform, and we were all inside, but even then, Isa, Mercredi, Ventri, and I continued to talk. See you later, the twins said, making it rather obvious they were going to their room. Goodbye, I replied. Isa and I continued to talk until her room came, then it was just me walking my own room. My footsteps echoed along the empty hall. It was calming, and I liked it a bit. Then ropes wrapped around my wrist. Hey, I exclaimed. Shut up, the person hissed. I tried to struggle against the person, but he/she was strong. This was before I discovered they/them pronouns, clearly, and before I started using they/them pronouns. My wrists were colliding, yet I tried everything to avoid that. It was useless in the end. The person, who I found out was a man— I don't know how I found that out— shoved me to the ground. I fell hard on my stomach and bit just as hard on my tongue. 3 pairs of feet walked in front of me. I rolled on my back and sat upright, blood mixing in with my saliva. It made an unpleasant taste. The people were Sora, Juan, Asario, and Fawn. Oh no! Give me a second. I need to skim ahead just to be... I know this isn't the scene I said that we're probably going to skip later. Okay. This is for physical violence and a little bit of body horror. No, I screamed. Help! For the love of God, Sora complained. Shut up. When he said unched, he punched me in the cheek. It made my head spin. Isario chuckled and knelt onto my level. You know, for a girl who got top, you're such an idiot. Is that why you want me? Just because of my I demanded of him. It's just because of my stupid grade? Isario Sario slid his fingers through my hair and pulled on it hard, jerking my head to the side. I felt my scalp tear. Ow! Ow! Or did you just feel your hair tear? Probably the hair. There's no descriptions of blood. No, you dumbass. I want you to know what pain is. He pulled my head to the ground. I laid on my side, entirely vulnerable to whatever punishment they wanted to give me. I scrambled away best as I could. Okay, so you're completely free other than your hands being tied together. Once I got up again, I noticed that something was wrong. Blisters bubbled onto the skin of the 4 students. Ow, 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 Juan gasped. One of Asario's blisters popped and pus-like liquid dribbled onto the floor. Fawn was slowly floating in the air. This is a nightmare, I thought. Telluria, you monster, she blamed. I stared at her in horror as she slammed into the ceiling. A couple of her pus-filled blisters popped alongside the ceramic. The ceramics crumbling. The ceiling is made of ceramic? Wow! that is expensive material. It should have been a drop ceiling. Sario also fell up to the ceiling and met the same fate as Fawn. Hold on, are they? Give me a second. I met this. Okay, they're not dead. Their fate is just having pus-filled blisters and being thrown around on the ceiling. Your eyes, Zoro demanded. What about them? I asked, What about them? I asked, terrified. They're glowing yellow, and there's no pupils either. Okay, so flashing yellow, no pupil. Okay, got it. Juan and Zoro stared at one another. They glanced at me. They attempted to run, but that never happened because they flew headfirst into the lockers. My ropes fell off somehow, and I pushed my knees to my chest. I buried my face in them. What the? A teacher yelled as he or she ran onto the scene. Then he stopped. I wonder how that must have looked like to the teacher. Hearing a bunch of ruckus, so you go to investigate, then finding a girl curled up in a ball, 2 people on the ceiling, another 2 people on the ground, and debris and pusses all over the place. This is some big fucking blisters. He stopped over to me and gripped my arm tightly. You come here, missy, he snapped. I knew that the word here, he said, wasn't going to be a good place. He dragged me down the hall, which I found too familiar to be new. Why the hell did you let yourself get beaten up? He yelled, not even facing me. I didn't. They jumped me. And what the hell demanded you to do that to them? I didn't. You dirty liar. Tears threatened to spill down my cheeks. I blinked them away. A door lay ahead of me. It was a black painted door over steel, and 3 locks stood. A door lock, a padlock, and a chain and notch. It was The Room by Tommy Wiseau. Capital T, the capital R Room. Teacher then threw the door open and shoved me in. You're not coming out for a week, you little brat. Wait! He slammed it shut. I heard the doors click shut and then his footsteps stomp away. I was alone. It was dark. No one was watching. The tears threatened to spring up again, but this time I gave him the freedom to do so. My throat felt outrageously dry, so I felt around for the supplies. Once I found them, I downed half the water bottle. There was only 5 of the water bottles, and I was going to be there for a week. This is going to take a while, I thought impatiently. End of chapter 2. Okay, let's see. What's the opinion so far? Yeah, it's going great, as you can tell. Going fucking fantastic. It's alright, whenever I go out of camera like that, I feel like a boomer who... Like, I know how I look like a boomer who doesn't know how to use a computer. I'm sorry, is that like my stupid webcam is just really zoomed in? So here, when I try to get all up and close, it'll like this is where I usually sit using the computer. It looks like I'm like way fucking close to that thing. I swear I'm not. Maybe I should just stay right here. Common consensus so far is no comment. Therefore, there is no one here to stop me. A little over 100 pages. Let's go. Chapter 3. I could bear it no longer. I was down to my last water bottle, and it was 1/3 full. I was starving. I began to forget what my friends looked like, as well as what they sounded like. I'd only slept twice, each dream being of the same freakish. Freashisa. They meant to say freakish, then I forgot what it is. The same freakish dream that made me want to jump off of the platform. I was standing in a field of grass, only it went on forever. The trees scattered the grassy plain, but most of all, I was underneath the clouds. I would aimlessly wonder, not wander, wonder, with an O, through said field, where suddenly the gravity would reverse. I'm sorry, this word is horribly scribbled. Everything would fling up, and I would be holding on to the first thing nearby that could keep me from flying back up, but it wouldn't work. I would fly up anyway. I'd be flying back up to the platform and into the school. I'd be struggling against them as best as I could, but it would be futile to resist. I'd float through the halls towards a black steel door, and then once I entered the room, that's when I would wake up. I hardly moved from my spot in the cover, curled up in a ball, my face in my knees. It felt safer for some reason. I wouldn't be thinking of anything in particular. I just let my mind wander. Used with the A, so the proper word. My name is Teluria, I thought for the 15th time. I am 15 years old. I turned 16 on October 14th. I am friends with Mekriti, Vendrati, and Isa. And I want to know why we are all up in the sky. Thanks for the repetition of the exposition, but also is this meant to be like a grounding thought process kind of technique? Like this is my name, this is what this is who I am, this is my birthday, these are who my friends are. I'm still me. There is no one but me. Okay, so there was this book that I read. It's a 6-part book. I only ever read the first one because I remember my school library. It was like issues. No, it wasn't the school library. It was the Scholastic book presentation thinging. I remember it was called Lockdown by Alexander Gordon Smith, and it was about like children being sent to prison, like in a children-only prison, not a juvenile detention center, a children-only prison for children to serve life sentences without parole. Due to reasons, I don't remember all of it. I remember I read this book like a bazillion times. Like I loved this book when I was in middle school. And it's about a kid named Alex who is like kind of a shitbag teenager. Like he's a schoolyard bully, and then it develops into like minor petty crimes, and then it develops into like breaking into people's houses at night to steal their stuff. Like he's not a good kid. He gets framed for the murder of his friend / accomplice. It goes to trial. He's declared guilty, and then he goes to lockdown penitentiary. And he is immediately out of his depth. Like, he is so not in it. And there is this, and in their punishment room, it was called The Hole. And his cellmate, whose name escapes me, unfortunately, but his cellmate, okay, Alex is 14, his cellmate is 16. He'd been in a different prison since he was 11, for killing his mom's abusive boyfriend. And then he'd been in what was called The Hole. And people tended to die on day 4 of The Hole. And I remember so clearly, nearly like 12 years later after reading this, it was just a dark room, like a literal hole in the ground, just rock concrete Small room, no food, no light, an open pipe for a toilet, and if you needed any water, you would lick the condensation off the walls. And then the narration describes his cellmate like he had a look in his eyes as he's reciting this, because he'd been in the hole for 3 days before. Don't worry, we still have the room. But don't worry about this room. Don't worry about this room. Not the hole, the room. The room. The front door, the door creaks open. It's been a week. The principal, Mr. Tatham, said. It's been decided, I thought. It's been centuries. I stood up and walked to the door with wobbly knees. Good grief, he gasped, holding tightly onto his nose. Take a shower. Classes are starting in 40 minutes. Okay, so you starved this kid for a week. And now you're like, oh god, you haven't showered in a week. You fucking stink. Remember, all you have is a fucking bedpan and some water bottles in this room. Okay, yeah, no, makes sense why the principal would act like that. I walked numbly and apathetically to my room, where I smiled in relief. No vandalism for the 4 kids that beat me up. I went to the You got an ensuite fucking bathroom? Okay. I went to the bathroom and took a shower. The water was cold, like always, and the numbing sensation was there, like always. Heck, the only differences in the moment was a bruise on my cheek, moaning from the experience of being in the room for a week. I was starving. In case you forgot. You know, in case it wasn't clear enough. I finished my shower and got ready, and the knock at the door hit 3 times. I ate breakfast greedily that morning, elated to have eaten something in a week. Yeah, you just said that. Then I went to classes where I sat down at language arts. People seemed to stay away from me. Mecrity and Ventrity hardly acted different. I cleared my throat. What is it? They stared at me. It's just that Mecrity started. It's just that Mecrity started. New paragraph. No one had survived longer than 5 days to Luria. Hey, remember what I said earlier about lockdown? Are we still having the lockdown isolation room in Forbidden Anomalies? Anyway. No one survived longer than 5 days. I held onto the bridge of my nose out of frustration and annoyance. What about Oris? I retort, present sense. Nye, biotite, Aorial, Aorial, Areola. Okay, so there's a guy named Areola in this universe. You got that? Okay, great. The twins looked confused and blushed as they got ready for class. I didn't see any of the 4 kids in language arts. That's strange, I thought. How come? It was normal. Nothing happened. But when social studies started, the 4 students still weren't there. Suspicion filled my gut. Rustling was suddenly interrupting the class, but Mrs. Dinah noticed and... Okay, no, I know where this is going. Rustling was suddenly interrupting the class, but Mrs. Dinah noticed and shut the window, as well as pulled down the blinds. I connected the dots. Oh, no! With Asariofan, Juan, and Sorrow weren't... Why Asariofan, Juan, and Sorrow weren't in classes? Why Mrs. Dinah didn't call their names during the roll call? And why vandalism was non-existent in my room? They were outside the whole time I was gone. They were outside the building the whole time? Or maybe they were also in their different hold rooms. And something was happening to them. Mrs. Dinah? I asked. Yes. Doesn't attribute Mrs. Dinah's dialogue, but Mrs. Dinah replied. May I use the bathroom? I lied. It's an emergency. Yes. Oh, thank God the hell school lets you go to the bathroom. I stood up from from my spot and left the classroom, but not to the restroom. I crept through the halls to the entrance, and I strode out. The school is full of morons, I won't deny that, I thought deviously. I don't think they're full of morons. I think they're full of malnourished, sleep-deprived, and terrified children who don't know how to process their emotions. I heard more rustling coming from my left, so I snuck around as slowly as I could. I saw 6 people. 2 were adults, the rest bound up teenagers. I jumped back, but I decided to look one last time, just to see who it was that was tied up. Hey, why don't you take a guess? Why don't you guess? Page turn. We're gonna find out. It was Asario, Fan, Juan, and Soro. Oh my God. No. It couldn't be. I'm heartbroken. I could tell by the tan skin of Juan, the silver blonde hair of Asario, and the gangly armed Soro, and the frizzy red hair of Fawn. The 2 adults, on the other hand, was the principal and someone who I did not know, but he didn't give me a good feeling by the sheer size of his muscles. I keep falling out of camera, so sorry. This is killing me. Sorry. I stared back at the 4... What on earth is this word right here? The 4... What? The 4... Not bullies. B-U-L-U-Z-E-S. The 4 kids. Let's say 4 kids. I noticed that their hands were tied up, not in rope, but duct taped. How did they get the rope in the first time around? How did the students get the rope? Blindfolds were around their heads, and dumbbells were taped to their hands. I don't know why they were there. They'll fall anyway. Okay, that last sentence I don't have a problem with. It's the setup to the everything, like that sentence out of context, like what? Okay, if I rewrote that as like their hands were tied and their eyes were blindfolded as they were all propped up on the ledge, and then the narration followed with, I didn't know why they were there, they would fall anyway, that would be more haunting. Do you have any last words? Oh my God, the fuck word is in here. Fellas, do you have any last words? You fuckers, Mr. Tatham demanded. None of them made a noise. I winced at his... Did I start writing hypocritical swearing and then I just wrote HYP? I winced at his swearing. Remember, this is a no swearing school, but Mr. Tatham can. Suit yourself, he sighed. Robert, now. The man nodded and walked up to Wand, who was the least involved kid. He shoved him. I pulled my head back, trying to ignore the screaming, which faded into nothing. Robert, parenthesis, God, that's a weird name. Fucking great time for a running joke, is it not? Fucking great. Robert trailed himself to the next person, which was Sorrow. No, he yelled. I heard fast-paced footsteps in my direction and then a trip. He was right next to me. We stared up at each other for a few seconds, then he opened his mouth to scream, which was interrupted by the Robert guy picking him up. There's someone, he started. Oh, shut it, Robert announced. By the position of where they were standing, I couldn't see much, but by the noise, he was beating up Sorrow. Robert picked up Sorrow over his shoulder and okay, so you could have just said, like, I refused to look back, and when I had the confidence to do so, I saw Sorrow over Robert's shoulder. That's... Okay. But no, it was like he was behind the corner, so I couldn't see. And then for no reason whatsoever, there's no change in scenery as I now describe what I see. By the position of they were standing, I couldn't see. He was beating up Sora. Robert picked up Sora over his shoulder and carried him away. Soro's scream was going to approach, so I cupped my... Soro's scream was going to approach, so I cupped my hands over my ears to block it out, but it was ineffective. The howl slipped through my fingers and mocked me, strong enough to make my ears ring. Silence suffocated the air once more, but only for a few seconds. Fawn's screech made my blood curdle, my guts churn. It too faded to nothing. Oh, no, no. Oh, no. No, no. Hell no, I heard Asario beg. I let my hands drop. A glare plastered onto me. Burn in hell, I thought angrily, and my hands clenched into fists. I didn't resist in any way this time. I allowed the scream to pour into my ears and poison my brain. I felt it eat through my skeleton, but I was too angry to let it affect me. Let's go back inside, I heard Mr. Tatham suggest. Yes, Jack, let's do that. Robert agreed. I snapped out of my fit of rage and wasted no time going back to class, but I didn't want to make it obvious I was running. I entered back into class and continued as if nothing happened, even though the collective screams of the four continuously tortured my brain. Okay, so the students could hear just right outside just rustling sounds. So they could still hear it. So those students definitely heard the screams. This scene in and of itself, I don't even... The setting, I don't have a problem with. Being a teenager who's, like... Who accidentally... Like... Well, not accidentally, but who seeks out, like... Hey, what's that weird noise? And then finds the execution of their classmates. And, like, being forced to listen. Yeah, that's kind of fucking haunting, and I honestly, I don't have a problem with that as a concept in literature. It's just how it's executed, like everything else so far in this book, is cringe. Also, why burn in hell? All this kid do was call you Tree Girl. Wait, no, okay, so Sora was the one who thought of Tree Girl, and then it was Asario who, like... Who was the one who did, like, most of the violence? Who, like, punched you in the face and, like, fucking tore your scalp? The dash of a plot skip. The majority of my morning was spent rubbing my bruise and glaring at nothing. Mekrity, Ventrity, and Iza were all wondering why I was acting like that. In 4th period science, 12:33, a man burst into... I know what this scene is. I remember it. I don't like it. A man burst into the room. He had ashy black hair and green eyes so sharp one could think he could bore a hole into steel just by looking at it. He had a scar running down from his forehead, over his eye, and down his neck. He scanned the room and his eyes locked mine. A smirk crept on his face. He looked familiar. I need Teloria, the man demanded, now starring, not staring, starring at Mr. Fellor. Fellor. What? No. Then he forced a pistol from out of his pocket. Everyone gasped. I need Teloria. I jumped from my spot. Don't hurt anyone and I'll join. Good. I slowly walked up to him, never tracing my eyes away from him. He grabbed my wrist, pulled me close to him, spun me around to face everyone, and jabbed the pistol at my temple like he will shoot me. Any of you move and I'll shoot, the man threatened. No one dared to move a muscle. He dug his fingers into my abdomen and slowly... Okay, so... Alright, let me try to illustrate this a little bit better. Okay, so, like, gun to your head, and then hand on her tummy, and it's just, like furiously grabbing her... Okay, so you're, like restraining her around the midriff and, like, pulling her away. Yeah, that's, like, a less compromising place to grab someone if you're holding them at gunpoint. Just don't mind the gun. Are you cool with gunpoint? I'm pretty cool. Yeah, being held at gunpoint's really cool. You should do it. Once he shut the door, he muttered in my ear, "It's not loaded." "It's what?" I hissed. "Once there's a man with a gun and he's threatened to kill a student, no one will be stupid enough to step up." I hit my forehead with the palm of my hand. Haha, so funny. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This is where things get complicated, the man warned. He began to run with his hand holding mine. I was 15 and he was at least 20. I couldn't stand him doing that, but I will admit he's... Oh my god. Is this meant... Okay, yeah, this is what I was talking about. Was I trying to write an inappropriate crush? Like, okay, who hasn't been a teenager who had a crush on a grown man before? The other way around, that's gross and bad. And don't worry, we'll find out that he's not remotely interested in her. But, okay, so, like, fucking... God... She's so flustered at the concept of fucking holding hands, and not even in an intimate way. This time, he just like grabs her hand and is like, "All right, run with me." It's not even a complicated plan. It's just, this is where it gets complicated. Run. The two of us reached the entrance of the school, and a giant metal ... thing was on the lawn. "You weren't kidding when I said this would get complicated," I agreed. Very marvel of you. So very marvel. It's just a helicopter. Wait, he paused. "You've never seen a helicopter?" "What?" He sighed. Yeah, I could... Yeah, no, it makes sense. This kid's never... I don't think helicopters are... Okay, so fucking helicopter landed on the school property, and no one's... No security response whatsoever. I love how he just wanders into a classroom and then is like, "I'm gonna fucking shoot." Like, "Hey, I demand one student by name, and here's gun." And they're all just cool with that. Then the helicopter began to fly away. My skirt threatened to fly up at the artificial weight. Not an improbable thing to happen, but you didn't have to necessarily describe that, baby gravy. "Damn it," he swore. A ladder falls to the ground, and the man ran to grab it. I followed suit, but just a second too late, as I barely got onto the last rung of the rope ladder. I flew in the air, slowly climbing up the ladder. The wind whipped through my hair as it got up. I looked down at everyone at the school. Everyone was filtering out. They were staring in shock. I felt mischievous and screamed down at them, "So long, you suckers!" Then I stuck my tongue out. Yeah, it's fucking great. I mean, I would have a fucking meltdown. So there's so much fucking tonal juxtapositions going on here. So I went back up the rope ladder into the helicopter. Another person was sitting next to the man. The person was a woman with cursive blue hair and pink eyes. Not that I'm one to talk about. "You're Telluria, right?" she asked me. I nodded. "Great. I'm Enceladus," the woman introduced. "And I'm..." Okay, so this word that we're gonna say, I thought it was pronounced Hjor. Like Yorba with an extra H at the top. It's spelled Heure. Where would I get this word? Well, again, going back to the calendar, there's time, there's hora, time at the top in English, hora at the bottom in Spanish. In the middle is the word. I saw what I thought was pronounced Hjor, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna name this guy after the word time for thematic purposes. You'll see why. But it turns out that the word is actually pronounced as like or eh. And is a fucking bullshit name. In my more recent drafts, some of my friends that I've talked to the plot with and like past developers, you'd better know him as Panahan. Well, what's that? What's that name? Is that just made up? Like Aoriol, or Isario, or Zend, or what if it's actually supposed to be another word? Yeah, if you speak Tagalog, it's the Tagalog word for time or hour. Freaking Kojima-ass character names here. And don't worry, I'm still doing. Like I said, I'm keeping most of these. Not all the names are bad. Not all of them. I keep most of the names. A lot of them I have renamed to something a little less painful. Yeah. And for legibility's sake, I'm just gonna keep calling him as Hjor, because saying said this and said that would actually kill me. So let's pretend that I know how to write. And I know how to do research. Great, I'm Enceladus, the woman introduced, and I'm Hjor, the man continued. Hello, I said numbly. Okay, so, Enceladus murmured, this is gonna be hard to explain. Explain what? I asked. What the fuck do you think? Enceladus stared at the ground, her blue hair hanging in her face. My earbud fell out, give me a sec. Hjor sighed. She can shapeshift into literally anything, and I can freeze time, she glared at him. Wait, what? And then suddenly I was staring at myself, where the woman with the accent should be. It was my exact copy, same dark violet hair, same electric blue eyes, same clothing, same everything. The only problem... Hold on, we're in dialogue mode now. The only problem is that I still have my Scottish accent, no matter how I'm disguised. Yeah, there's a deliberate dash instead of the TT. Yeah, Enceladus is from Scotland. I cannot do a Scottish accent to save my life. So I'm just take my word for it when I say she's Scottish. I apologize. Don't worry, in the modern Forbidden Anomalies draft, Enceladus is still Scottish. Toddler, buff man, you name it, she explains. What's Scottish? I asked. Telly, Hjor sighed. She means Scottish, you know, Scotland, part of the United Kingdom. Okay, so the United Kingdom still exists in the future. Is this supposed to be set in the future? I think it is. I cocked my head to the side. Oh yeah, we have both been learning... I don't know what this word is supposed to be. It's clearly in cursive. We have both been learning a lot about our wonderful planet Earth for the past 5 years. I must have forgotten that you know nothing about it. Hey, I snapped. It's true, Hjor said. I stared down at my lap in shame, even though it was nowhere near my fault. I was taught nothing. Wow. Wow. Yay. Good job. Good job. Good character writing. Good exposition. Subtle. Hjor, you never proved me your power, I pointed out. Good point. Then suddenly I was lying on the ground. Told you, I froze time. Then I set you on the ground. I stood up, and my hair flung on my face. Oh yeah, we didn't tell you about the ribbon. She was holding it in her... Oh yeah, she was... Taloria had her hair in a ponytail, and just now I finally assert that it was tied up in a ribbon. Not in a ponytail, a ribbon. What? I started. Never mind that, Hjor interrupted. Now, shower us with questions. It can be anything you desire. I stared at him with a look that best translates to, are you kidding me right now? Okay. I dragged on. Why does the school exist? Why was I up there? Good question, Enceladus told me, but it will take a lot of explaining. It's exposition time, even better ones. Yay! Long ago, nigh on 80 years ago, Hjor said dramatically, a computer mind ruled the earth. It still does, mind you. This computer mind was aware of the fact that all humans had a mutant hormone in them, so it had an idea. Why not bring out the hormone and give people mutant powers like the X-Men? Then we can have them in our armies in case a war started. Yeah, that sounds awesome. So he or she did that, and boom, there's kids with powers running around. They were sent out to army base camps to train, but this is where the problem started. They were in horrible conditions. They were half starved and got very little amounts of sleep. So, what do the fellow mutants do? They rebel against humanity. Something close to World War III started up. Mutants versus the non-mutants. The people with no powers had inevitably won, but the mutants were still coming up. Reversing mutant birth isn't easy, so what does the big scary computer mind do? Build a flying platform, of course. Hey, we're not ruled by one computer mind in the modern era, we're ruled by, like, a lot of computer minds. Something AI, something dystopia. Whenever a mutant baby is born, the big CM knows the child is taken away and brought to the one school. This is where the computer chips are important. The second they're arrived to the school, okay, so now I know to refer to, like, that he or she when referring to someone of unknown gender is too clunky, and now we refer to they. When they're arrived to the school, the child has a rice-sized computer chip in the back of their necks that suppresses the power sufficiently, and as to why the hell they're on a floaty thing in the damn sky. Why the hell is it floating? Are the computer chips what makes it float? Once they turn 19, it fails. It will not work anymore, and everyone hates the idea of mutants in general, so they have to kill them. This is why I tried to have, like, superpowered people are oppressed storyline, but then also tried to explain, like, why the superpowered people who have, like, laser eyes don't just keep on laser eyeing them. 1 second, I need more water. This feels like running a marathon. And yeah, once the kids are 19, the computer chip fails, and then everyone hates the idea of mutants in general, so they have to kill them, and that's why all students who turn 19 aren't seen from again. Hyor looked proud of himself for his fucking theatrical delivery. I didn't add theatrical delivery. The sentence was, Hyor looked proud of himself. So why the hell are all these kids studying all these things in school in the first place if the end point is inevitable execution? I was writing this book in an American school in the 2010s. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking that my death would be inevitable when I turn 18. Can't imagine why. Is that the subconscious sort of thematic purpose right here? What's the point in learning all this stuff when we're probably not even going to live to adulthood anyway? I wonder what that thought must feel like. Anyway, this book sucks. That wasn't my question, I said, but thank you. It was the answer I needed. Taloria rolled her eyes. Me too, Taloria, me too. Got any scotch on you, Taloria? Enceladus. Wait, did I say Taloria? Me too, Enceladus. You got any scotch, by the way? Enceladus rolled her eyes and nudged him with her elbow. The helicopter abruptly dropped. We're here, Taloria's pointed out. I looked outside the window of the copter. A rectangular black building was nearby. Welcome, Hyor said to Mutan Sarakat? Mutant Sarakat. Yeah, why did I feel the name to name this organization? Mutant Sarakat. I don't even know how to feel about a name like that. Chapter 4, page 52. Just, you know what I'm gonna do? Chapter 4, 4, page 52. Just, you know what I'm gonna do? Chapter 4, page 52. Just, you know what I'm gonna do? Hello, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oof. Hello? Hello? Oof. Okay, so at least I know the audio's going through. As for the webcam... I think this was the break I needed. Haha! And now I'm horribly out of sync. I think we're back. Actually, I think I should break something else so I can prolong this, so I don't have to finish this stupid fucking book. What if instead I showed you some sneak peeks of my completed comic pages so far for Forbidden Anomalies? Give me a second to load this up on the computer. Do. Now, if I switch over to screen sharing, will it kill me? Okay, there we are. Despite everything, it's still OBS. There we go. Alright, so this is my attempt of the, narration, introduction, prologue that sets up the plot. Look, I wanted to do one where instead of just explaining verbatim all the truth of the plot, what if it was just straight propaganda in the narration captions, and then the visuals were their propaganda? But then again, that does kind of just give away the whole superpower thing, which is meant to be a surprise. But okay. In the 2050s, gene editing experiments created genetic anomalies, meaning individuals with heightened abilities. Superpowers, so to speak. A universal side effect was mental and physical instability. Every genetic anomaly proved an inherent threat to themselves and everyone else. To make matters worse, these genes were passed on to their children, who created even more collateral damage. Decades passed and the situation worsened. An emergency organization was formed, the Genetic Anomaly Detainment Association. They had no choice but to react after all the genetic anomalies caused a total economic collapse. With the help of local governments and the United Nations, all genetic anomalies were peacefully detained. Let me say, peacefully detained. It took many years, but all of them were sent to various international internment sites, sectors 1 through 12. However, some citizens carry these genes recessively, without knowing it. When a genetic anomaly child is born, the birth parents are well informed of what needs to be done. They understand this is urgent and necessary. They are well compensated if they comply. Almost a century has passed since the first genetic anomalies were made. All 12 sectors remain under tight security for good reason. The few reports released ensure that, while none of the genetic anomalies have improved condition, they have and always will be treated humanely. GADA is an undeniable factor for everyone's quality of life improving so much. Yay! Anyway, here's this sector. What's at this sector? You know, a girl with purple hair and brown eyes and a lot of freckles. Frankly, I think she needs more freckles. There seems to be light shining from below the clouds. Then a loud beep startles her and her big fucking head. Okay, I was fixing up the shading on this one. I'm sorry. I was switching it from black to dark blue. She gets up. I haven't fixed all the lighting yet. There she goes. Oh no, please don't catch me. Also, that line is blue. Her neckline, what's that called? Please don't catch me, please. I'm sorry for missing the curfew. And she shakes in front of this thing. A door. But it's a door that scans the back of her neck tattoo. Subtle imagery. Access granted. Why aren't they coming? Wait, why aren't the guards coming? Are they messing with me? Yeah, she's missed curfew at this point, and she's still just, like, wandering the halls. This time, not wearing, like, not anime fucking school, but, like, a formal school uniform. Instead, she's just wearing, like, a boiler suit and boots that it's clearly, you know, had some wear and tear done to them. Hopefully this better illustrates the whole, you know, dystopia access, and instead of it being in a school, it's in a sort of factory-like place. Hopefully, that's a little better than this. And hopefully I'll actually finish the damn story. No, yeah, like, she does escape this school on the floating platform, in the comic version. How? Don't worry about it. But it's not by helicopter. And a gunman doesn't just burst into the room and then everyone's just, like, okay with him coming in. Ugh. Okay, feet away from the desk. Feet away from the cords, hands away from the desk. Chapter 4, page 52. Once the helicopter landed, we all got off quickly. The front of Mutin Serikat was Serikat. Was solid rock, obsidian I think it was. I could tell by the luster, but it was rather low on the ground. I started. Most of it is underground, so we stay hidden better, Enceladus explained. I arched an eyebrow, then dismissed it soon to follow Hjor. Hjor and Enceladus walked in place in a random obsidian rock, which really didn't look much different than the building. I looked closer and saw that it was a helluva, as in Helluva, as in hell of a boss, which I haven't seen. It was a hell of a lot more red than the rest of the building. Hold on, this one looked exactly the same, except for the fact that it was really red. Like really red. Like, super red. Um, it was hell of a lot more red than the rest of the building. They just walked right through it. Just walked right through it. Hold on, I gotta switch to the white tab. I forgot. There we go. They just walked right through it. I hesitantly walked up to Twizel. My hand trembled subconsciously, and so I took my other hand to make it stop. Salvaz's head popped through. Are you going to go in, or are you going to continue looking like some... Are you going to go in, or are you gonna continue looking like some damsel in distress, Teluria? I sighed and walked through. If Pixels had a feeling, I think I figured out what it was. The walk-through wall was ticklish but cold. The inside was magnificent. How is it magnificent? It looked similar to the gymnasium back at the school, only, less stupid looking. Also, but the E looks like an O for some reason. There was air conditioning. Holy shit, it has air conditioning, guys. The windows were one way, I think, in parentheses, and rather large. It was amazing. Okay, you know what? Yeah, being isolated on a hell school for 15 years where you're never taught what things like Scotland and planet Earth and helicopters are. You know what jellyfish are. You know what jellyfish are, but you don't know the important stuff like Scotland and helicopters. Okay, but yeah, when you're trapped in a hell school for 15 years, yeah, I can see why you'd think like a big school gymnasium but with large windows and and air conditioning, why that would be absolutely... Nearly threw up again. Absolutely magnificent. Here, I muttered. How did this go unnoticed by the computer mind? Then... Hey, how about instead of answering the question, we just have something stupid happen right out of nowhere? How did this go unnoticed by the computer mind? Then someone with white hair and red eyes literally appeared from nowhere. Enceladus jumped back from the surprise. The man waved to me. You nearly scared the hell out of me, damn it. Enceladus scolded. He smiled and rocked his shoulders in a manner that hinted to chuckling, but no noise came out. He can't speak, a woman with dyed red hair explained. He's Callan, Callyn, and I'm Ruthenia. Oh my god, Ruthenia. Oh my god, I forgot about Ruthenia. Ruthenia's been cut out of Forbidden Anomalies, and you'll see why. Callan's still there, though. Their name is, well, first, their name is Calvin in Forbidden Anomalies, and Calvin, uses they them pronouns now because I'm cool and awesome like that. Anyway, I'm sorry, Calvin, for misgendering your past self. He's Callan and I'm Ruthenia. I'm Teluria, I introduced. Ruthenia held out a hand, called me Ruth. I shook her hand and noticed she smelled of almonds. Dramatic pause, so you can think about that for a minute. People began to surround us. Some of them looking familiar. A girl with blonde, corkscrew-curled hair and blue eyes walked through. Kayan, I asked, astonished. Oh my god, she murmured. Kayan smiled faintly at me, the same smile she gave a week ago. We all suddenly began to sit down in a circle like we were back in 3rd grade. I think we should introduce ourselves and our power, Heward said. Almost everyone groaned. Me too. We do this every time, Heward. Come on. Enceladus complained. Our army is growing at a very slow rate, 1 person every 6 months approximately. Now let's introduce ourselves and our power. Callan rolled his eyes. I'm Start, a woman with an eyebrow ring, moaned. I'm Genesis and I heal people. I'm Genesis and I heal people, the woman with the eyebrow ring. Ruthenia was to the right of her. I'm Ruthenia and my saliva is hydrochloric acid. Cyanide is supposed to smell like almonds. Also, yes, the Sky High kid in that one clip of Coach Bruce Campbell going hero sidekick, and the kid with the acid spit, with super acid spit, is a hero. because yeah, not everyone gets to have super cool powers. Some people can have permanent like night vision, and some people have acid spit. Some people can turn into a bouncy ball, and some people can freeze time, and some people can give you blisters and make you levitate. That's not the only reason why I cut her. She gets worse. I wondered for a moment how her jaw was still attached to her face. I'm Kaj, a man in his early 20s announced, and I read minds. Callan was next. Kaj decided to help. He's Callan, and he can turn invisible. People went one by one. There was a human torch, a weather controller, a future predictor, a teleporter, a voice stealer, duplicator, and a monster creator. Now then, Taloria. Vrinda, the duplicator, said, "What's your power?" Okay, Vrinda in all versions are a bit special. This might shock some of you, but a teenage white girl in circa middle school age was into Super Hulock at the time. You're gonna see us in Vrinda and some familiar character traits, particularly with BBC Sherlock, let's say. Vrinda is staying, though. Vrinda stays in all form. Their character is just... How do I say that? So, like, the character descriptions that they get is mostly unchanged. Like, Taloria is... Like, she's quite changed. I don't think Mecredy's changed too much other than her... I dropped her complete lack of respect for human life. That has definitely not... It's not there in Forbidden Anomalies. Vrinda is largely the same. It's the context in which he acts that's different. You know, like in this version, he's you'll see what I mean. Think of it as, okay, without spoiling Vrinda's character too much, let's talk about the show based on the comic book series, The Boys. So, Billy Butcher in the comic, he's a really cool badass who everyone is like, whoa, this guy's so cool and brave, and he gives all of these, like, epic speeches and, like, verbal smackdowns, and he says cunt a lot. That's, like, really vulgar. You shouldn't say that. That's rude. But it's just to show how he doesn't care about the status quo. And, like, the comic is introduced with him, sleeping with a woman, and like he's threatening to kill her, and like she's into that. Basically, he's really cool, and everyone thinks he's so cool, and all the women thinks he's so hot. And don't worry, he is very homophobic and transphobic too, and maybe a touch racist, just a little bit, but you know, not as bad as the other racists in The Boys. Now, the character stays largely the same in the show. He does say cunt a lot. He does not care about, like, people's social standards and being nice. He is not homophobic and transphobic, but he is still, you know, this guy who gives you verbal smackdowns and tells you what's what, and he'll tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. He doesn't sugarcoat, and he's blunt, and he says so many swears. Everyone thinks he's a fucking loser in the show. Everyone thinks he's so cool in the comics, and people in the show, they only team up with him because he is marginally better by a slim fucking chance than teaming up with the fascist superhero corporation. That's not how Vrinda is. He's supposed to be, you know, like, all silent and detached, and everyone's like, whoa, he's so mysterious and cool. He is more detached with his sarcastic one-liners, much like in The Eye of Minds, as he will be in Forbidden Anomalies, the comic. People's reactions are a bit different. They just think he's the weird, like, loner. And as to why he acts like that, don't worry. You'll see when I publish the comic, let's say. Now then, Taloria, Vrinda, the duplicator, said, "What's your power?" I dug my fingers into my legs. I don't know mine. Out of fear, I shut my eyes. I didn't want them making fun of me for not knowing. So lately? Who is honking outside my stream? Give me like 3 seconds. I'll be right back, viewers. Just 1 second while I take care of something that might be my fault. Okay, it wasn't... I thought it was my car alarm going off, but I checked out the window, I saw my car, the lights were not flashing. So someone in the household probably just, like, bumped the alert button on their key fob. But I know it wasn't my car. I know I didn't bump my key. God, every break from this page is a relief. Okay, so they didn't want them making fun of me for not knowing so lately, but they chuckled. Telurius, none of us are born knowing what our powers are, Genesis explained. Hell, the oldest person who found out was Shing. He was 29. Shing, the monster created... Why the fuck is his name Shing? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Shang, the monster creator, gave her a look. Sorry. Wait, I said. Who's the youngest to have figured out their power? Well, Enceladus muttered, that was actually me. Do explain, I said. I didn't go through school like most of us. I was sheltered in my home, hardly allowed to go outside. At some point when I was 6, I randomly transformed into my older brother, and my parents told me, and I stayed until I was the age of 20 when Here took me away. They started to smile and curl up next to each other. I wasn't sure what they were doing or why, but I sat in confusion as their lips connected. What are they doing? I whispered to Ruthenia. She snickered and said, it's called kissing. It's a sign of affection by people who love each other. I felt embarrassed for a second. I knew nothing of the world, and I felt as if I was constantly shamed for it. Girl, you are the only one thinking that. People are just kind of like lightheartedly explaining what you do not know. Also, girls never seen kissing before. She's pure, unsold. Don't let her use the internet, I beg you. Now that we have that out of the way, the voice stealer announced randomly, we should start training. What? Oh yeah, Hyor said out of shock. Yeah, that. Everyone stood up, including me, and walked around. I didn't know where to go. Where the fuck is Mecridy and Vendredi and all this? You know, your two closest friends. And Isa, or Isa. I'm sorry, Isa was cut out of, Forbidden Anomalies. Anyway, Ruthenia patted me on the shoulder, said, don't fret, kid, follow me. So I did. She led me to another part of the gymnasium-like room and to a stone statue. Okay, so they have stone statues. Watch this, she muttered. I arched an eyebrow. Oh yeah, well, watch and learn, she muttered. I arched an eyebrow. Oh yeah. God fucking damn it. This is killing me. Watch and learn, she muttered. I arched an eyebrow. Oh yeah, well, just watch. So I did. Ruth made a face like she was pursing her lips. I watched in confusion. Then she spit on its head. Ew, I thought. I watched as the head corroded off in chunks of melted stone. The shoulders went too, and the chest. All of it looked similar to grade vomit, and I felt nauseated as it stopped melting at the waist. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, I replied, trying to hold back puking. I was brought from section to section. Okay, so you're just like at a freak show, I guess? You're just like... You're just all, like, fucking in a circle, just like, hey, let's... the training? More like fucking displaying our powers, people. God. of the building people showed me their powers as if it was a circus act. Okay, so you know what circuses are, but not helicopters, okay? Alright, just figuring out your range of knowledge here, kiddo. I stood in wonder at first, but after the fifth person showing me, I was getting rather annoyed, but I tried to fake a smile. Last up was Hure. You know what I can do, he muttered, but I'll do it anyway. Go ahead, I offered, then suddenly... You're not gonna like this. I don't like this. Go ahead, I offered, then suddenly I was wearing a completely different outfit. I wore a pair of jeans that hugged my skin tightly and combat boots. A tank top was underneath a shirt that had long sleeve, which ended to a point. A wide cut, enough to hang off my shoulders, and was also cut above my abdomen. Okay, so you're wearing a long sleeve crop top, you could have just said. Hure, I said coolly. Did you do anything to me other than change my clothes? No, I promise, I stared at him. Really, I sighed. I didn't touch you, and Celadus is my girlfriend. Then why did you change the clothes of a 15-year-old girl, you fucking creep? Fuck you, Hure, fuck you. Panahan doesn't do this in Forbidden Anomalies. He's very concerned with protecting children and not invading their privacy. Fuck you. Sorry, I just had to do a quick tab check to see if the live stream is still working. I keep falling out of the camera view, my apologies. Hey, Hure, Genesis whispered. There's a drone flying overhead, just like out of nowhere. There was a panic. Silent panic. Everyone was rushing around, pushing buttons on walls, furniture, people. Genesis grabbed my arm and ran towards a wall. We slid down and sat on the cement together. What's going on? I wondered in a quiet tone. Okay, this isn't awful, but this is just oddly soft. The drones fly over and inspect every building for mutants every few weeks. If they find one, a crew will come and take them away. Oh, okay, I think I got this. Alright, I'm just gonna read this whole thing, and then I think I'm gonna try to explain my, my rationale here. The drones fly over and inspect every building for mutants every few weeks. If they find one, a crew will come and take them away. As punishment, all food rations will be taken. You can't get any more for a week. You can't get any for a week. At night, some sergeant will flog you until the sun rises. Trust me, it's not fun. I nodded and shut my mouth. Okay, so they take the anomalies away, or excuse me, sorry, the mutants away. They take the mutants away, and whoever who is not there, who is a mutant. So, like, if you're just a normal people and there's a mutant living in your house, then they take the mutant away, and then you, the remainders in the house, get beaten and flogged and starved again. Why does hunger keep coming up in the... Okay, well, I mean, not just in this book, but, like, in a lot of my stories. Is that a thing I should work on in therapy? Probably. I have a totally healthy mind, and I don't have a complicated relationship with food. It's so fine. It's totally fine. Anyway, let's keep reading. Huron and Celadus were across from us by about 2 or 3 yards. They both didn't have their happy looks or anything of their formal selves. Not former, formal. Formal. Hure actually looked serious, parenthesis, probably for once in his life, and Celadus had lost herself of her tomboyish aura and was shaking next to him. I saw him hug Celadus tightly and pat her on the back. Every breath I took felt like it was as loud as a horn. It was nerve-wracking, and I felt as if I was going to be the reason that we were all found. Genesis suddenly stood up and said, "Okay, the drone is gone. Things returned to normal." Okay. Okay, that was pointless. Everyone stood up and continued to do the things they were before. Training, cleaning, talking, you name it. I scratched my head out of confusion. That's how I'm feeling. I noticed that my ribbon was tied around my left bicep. I reached over to take it off, but Heward grabbed my hand. "No," he growled. I arched an eyebrow. "Just don't. Why don't you want me to keep the ribbon out of my hair so badly?" I demanded. "Why is it so horrible? What's so horrible about a hair ribbon?" Heward gave me a look, but whatever he was going to say was interrupted by Callan almost giving the both of us a heart attack. Sorry, I wrote the word H to look like an M, kind of, for some reason. I wrote the word "the" pretty bad right here. Callan almost giving both of us a heart attack. He must have least in between us while he was invisible and suddenly reversed to visibility. "Damn it," Hiora announced. Callan stuck his tongue out and ran off. Okay, so these are all supposed to be, like, adults, right? Hiora is 20. When you're 13, a 20-year-old's, like, really fucking old, right? Noro... Wait, how old is Noro? Okay, so Xing is, at minimum, 30 years old. So he's the oldest. Ugh. Are these people all emotionally stunted from being in a school? Or are they emotionally stunted because they were written by, like, an actual baby? Also, what I was trying to do with I remember what I was thinking. I was trying to do, like, no, when you tie up your hair in the ribbon, it's like I'm trying to let you, like, cast off your old self who tied up your hair to school. You know, out of habit, probably. Oh my god. Yeah, like, you know, oh, you're a new self now. Don't do the thing from your abusive school. God. I have an idea. What if instead of constantly trying to sit myself upright, what if I just tilt the camera down a little bit? So that way I can hunch over as much as I want. That's a little too far down. There we go. There we go. That's better-ish. Wait, back to the white tab so I can stop looking at my beautiful face. Because I'm just so cute, you know. 3 dashes to indicate time skip or plot skip or later in the day skip. Dinner that eating was incredibly large. I just sat in front of the table watching everyone consume the feast. At the center was a large bird, only without the feathers, a head, or really anything I could recognize as a bird. I could barely even tell it was a bird. You know what birds are, but not helicopters. You know jellyfish, but not... Okay. "Do you want some of the turkey?" Ruth offered. "That's a turkey?" I wondered skeptically. "Yes, I'm just so used to seeing turkeys in gray... Oh, okay. I'm just used to seeing turkey in gray-brown slices on a sandwich, not like that." Okay, you know what a turkey the bird is, and okay, so you know what the bird is, and the only way you've ever seen turkey prepared before as sandwich meat. Okay, got it. Great. Maybe I can use this somehow. She handed me a turkey leg, and the aroma was magnificent. Remember, air conditioning is magnificent to this kid. Her standards are low. It was enough to make my mouth water. I picked up a knife and fork, but Ruth stopped me. I realized she was saying it was meant to be eaten with one's hands, not utensils. I took a mental note of how to eat a turkey leg and nibbled on it shyly, like it was a bomb, and if I ate too quickly, it would explode. After 30 minutes of eating, we all went to bed. All you ate was a fucking turkey. Did you want to eat anything else? Or was it just the turkey leg? Was also they just like had a fucking turkey on hand. Great. Okay, great. Fucking great. Thanks. Great. Thanks. Great. Okay, we're almost halfway there. The elevator leading to it was incredibly long, and it went down. I stood awkwardly next to Noro, the voice stealer. We stood in silence before he broke the ice. I bet I know what you're thinking, Taloria. Oh, come on. He complained. Callan is mute. I'm a voice stealer. I assume you're thinking that it's my fault he can't speak. The elevator stopped, and we got off at our room. It was a medium-sized with a... Wait, I'm sorry. Who are you sharing a room with? Who are you sharing a room with? Who's our? Who are you sharing a room with, Taloria? Is it with Noro? It was with... Okay, so it's just the two of them. Who's our? Who's our? I hope you're not sharing a room with a 30-year-old man, 15-year-old girl. Why did I write this? For fuck's sake. It was medium-sized with a desk in the corner and two other doors, presumably a closet in the bathroom. A pair of twin beds lied adjacent from each other, and they looked next to identical other than the pillow. Well, was it? I asked him. Yeah, it is. What happened? Nero sighed. Okay, get ready for another exposition dump. I got here at MS 3 years ago. Wait, no. Okay, no. Shang is the 30-year-old man. Noro is... Okay, I got here 3 years ago when I was 18. Noro's 21 now. Okay, so you still shouldn't be sharing a room with a 15-year-old girl, but I imagine maybe this is just due to a lack of space. I still think it's gross. I'm so sorry. When I was 18, Callan and I didn't exactly hit off. We repeatedly argued and fought and even beat each other up. Everyone was expecting punches to be thrown and insults to be shouted wherever we went by. One morning we started arguing. Callan called me a useless bastard and began to beat each other up. Everyone else was so done with us, so they just watched as we fought. I punched him in the throat, and thus his voice was taken, and it can't be reversed. For him, at least, Callan is permanently mute, and it's my fault. Oh, so sad. So normal of exposition, so tragic. I'm so sorry, Noro. That sounds really hard for you. F in the chat for Noro. Viewers, all 0 of you right now. I felt my guts tighten up, and I sat down on the bed closest to the door. No, it's not, I rejected. Noro muttered under his breath about whatever and went to bed quickly. Hey, you get the next 3 days off, Taloria, he notified. Why? To relax. After those 3 days, your surgery will start. I didn't want to further bombard him with questions, so I thanked him and tucked myself under the sheets of the bed. It wasn't too soft, but much better than the school beds. Why would you even say, like, oh, well, it wasn't the softest thing I've ever slept on? Not that you would know. You've only slept on one type of bed, and that's the school bed. Good night, Noro. Yeah. Chapter 5, page 66. This is fucking killing me, guys. Yeah, I know how to write how characters interact in a normal, healthy way when I was 13. I woke up the next morning feeling wide awake on the spot. The air felt oddly cold. I turned over in my sheets and sighed softly. The next thing I heard was, is she still asleep? Huh? I groaned. Holy, Hjor's voice muttered. You've been out cold for the whole length of your free time. 3 days. I mean, I don't blame the kid for sleeping for 3 days straight after probably not sleeping well their entire life. I mean, you said you only slept twice in the 1 week you were in the room. I can imagine you had 2 really long sleeps. Yeah, but I'm not surprised. Everyone at the school gets very little amounts of sleep. Time, 3 days. Really? Yeah, but I'm not surprised. I've skipped dialogue. I lazily rolled out of bed and walked up to him. So I heard about surgery. I pressed up. Girl, you've been out for 3 days. Aren't you hungry? Yep, he answered. Follow me. I followed him like a duckling follows its mother into the elevator. Okay, so you know what ducks are. Okay. When I decided to blurt out to him, why do I need surgery anyway? We're removing your computer chip, Telly. I suspect that removal won't affect you very much other than your power being more obvious. Say, do you know what it is yet? I remember the time that Asario, Fawn, Juan, and Soro were covered in pussy blisters, but I wrote it as pussycat, let's say. But pussy blisters and randomly flew up into the random parts of the wall. I'm not sure, I lied. Well, you're gonna find out soon enough, he promised. I scratched the nape of my neck nervously just as the elevator reached the level. Hiro and I watched into the surgery room. It was slightly bigger than the room Nora and I shared. With a bed-chair hybrid in the center, an array of tools was next to it, filled with sharp-looking tools. A tray of tools was next to it, filled with sharp-looking tools. Oh yeah, I can see I tore out a page here. I felt my chest tighten up by the side of him. Just lay face down on it, Hyor told me. Genesis will come and get it out. She's a former doctor after all. How old is Genesis meant to be like? Well, okay, as of Forbidden Anomalies, Genesis is meant to be when we first meet her 39 years old. So that would be Dr. H. How old isn't Genesis here? Because Panahan's like, okay, well, excuse me, Panahan in Forbidden Anomalies is 29. Hyor in the Eye of Minds, no, not that one, is 20. How old is Genesis? She's a doctor, so at minimum 30 years old. She's a surgical doctor. Okay, so mid-30s maybe? And I don't know if eyebrow rings are, like, safe for surgery. Are you allowed to have piercings when you're doing surgery? You have to take everything off. I know you have to, like, probably take your jewelry off. You know. I need more water. Quick check. Okay. I nodded nonchalantly and walked to the chair. I laid down on it. She'll be here in a moment, I heard before the elevator doors shut. Oh my god, giving the kid privacy, you would have fucking thought. I stared at the ground and studied the cracks in the tiles. It's not going to hurt, I promised myself. Hyo even said the computer's chip is right-sized. Genesis is going to numb it. I'm sure of that. The elevator doors opened and someone walked towards me. By the way, why wasn't Genesis there to begin with? Genesis snapped on... Gloves snapped on someone's hands. I'm going to inject this into the back of your neck, Genesis' voice informed, showing me the syringe. A blue-green liquid filled up half a teaspoon in the syringe. It'll numb you up. She continued the dialogue. The needle poked into my neck and I flinched. Clattering was heard next to my head. After a few minutes, the whole back of my neck was completely numb. I couldn't feel any of it. Something sliced into my neck. I couldn't feel the pain, but I did feel the tearing of my skin and the blood flowing out. It pattered onto the floor under me. A pair of tweezers dug around the muscles and veins. I'm so sorry, I should have given content warning for vivisections. A pair of tweezers dug around the muscles and veins, searching for the chip. I arched an eyebrow as more blood dripped down. There you are, Genesis muttered. I felt something pull out of my neck, and I felt some water splash onto me. The tear in my neck was closed up bit by bit. A patch was placed over it, and we're done, she notified. I sat upright and rubbed the patch. She gave me a pair of mirrors. Hold one, she gave me a pair of mirrors. Hold one, she told me, so I did. Genesis adjusted the mirror to shine on my neck. To shine? What, like a flashlight? No, yeah, I can imagine in a future setting, like, having a mirror that's, like, has its own light on it. Yeah, that makes sense. I held the other in front of my face, but looked at the one she had. Okay, yeah, so you're using, like, two mirrors and trying to find the one. The patch was white, but blood leaked through a bit. I led myself to the elevator and pressed the button at the top. 1. The number 1. Once I reached that level, I found Hugh staring right in front of it. Now it's training, he said. What the fuck was training before? It was more just in a circle? Okay. He strode to the entrance of Mutant Saracot, and I hurried to catch up. Outside was another metal contraption with 2 pairs of wheels and what looked like what to be chairs inside. What's that? I asked, feeling stupid. Hugh sighed. It's a car. This is actually really... Okay, this isn't funny for its intended reasons. This is funny because in the Forbidden Anomalies version, the school... Remember, the school is a factory. And, a factory to build cars. Hydrate or dihydrate, kids. We both walked in and he took the left side with another wheel. I sat next to him. The car started and drove off. I grabbed onto the seat and thought, I'm gonna die. I took deep breath to calm myself, so I don't present tense, so I don't pass out. Put this on, Hugh said, holding out a gray pullover hoodie. I took it from his hands and slid it over my shirt. It was rather old looking, and one of the sleeves had makeshift patchwork. Why do I need this? I press. You are gonna look suspicious wearing your original outfit. It's a crop top over a tank top with jeans and boots. How is that suspicious? How is that suspicious? How is that suspicious? What, was the ribbon, like, over the left bicep suspicious? Also, we are not in the next couple pages, but in the near future, we are going to be approaching a scene that I will be skipping over. I realized that I just put myself into the peril of the car, so I grabbed on. Wait, what? You're gonna look suspicious wearing your original outfit, so that'll cover it up. I realized that I had just put myself into peril of the car, so I grabbed on. Suddenly, we arrived at a dense city. Just, like, everything happens suddenly. That's one of the flaws from the last live stream, wasn't it? Page 71. We're getting there. It's okay. Hjor stopped the cart, and I sighed out of relief. We let ourselves out, and the first thing I was greeted with was a foul smell and dirty looks from other people. Just ignore them, Hjor whispered to me. I took his advice. As we walked through, I continued to wonder how Hjor seemed so familiar to me. Had I seen him when I first got to the second level? The thoughts pilled on? The thoughts drilled on? The thoughts... What? The thoughts piled on. Okay. I tried to remember all the kids who were 18 while I was only 11. Wait. What? He's 20? What? I have to go back. Hold on. He was at minimum 20. Okay, so he is 7 years older than Taloria. He is 22. Okay. In this version. I tried to remember all the kids who were 18 while I was only 11. No, yeah. No. Yeah. Was it? No, it was once you're age 10, you can go up to the second level. Yeah, for the students aged 10 to 18. So why you fucking... Oh my god. Though I couldn't remember their names, I did remember what they looked like and how many there were. There were 14 of them, 8 boys, 6 girls. In my head, I eliminated all the female, left the 8 remaining males, and continued dwindling down the Remember, this kid couldn't remember her friends' faces and voices after 1 week. She can remember a group of 14 students age 1,000 kids and only 14 students who are aged 18. Actually, no, yeah. No, yeah, this is a murder school where it just murders you, like, indiscriminately. They make you, like, go to school at murder school to learn school stuff, and then they murder you. Yeah, fucking great. And only 2 remained. Now, which one of you is Hure, I thought. Taloria? Hure's voice wondered. Hmm? I said that you seemed quiet. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, I reflected. Throughout the walk, there's been all sorts of crazy stuff. Oh no, someone wearing a trench coat asked if we wanted to buy a watch, but Hure ushered me along before I knew what sort of watches the man had to sell. Another man held out a baggie full of sugar-like powder and said that the first one's free. I guess that's when Hure was done with it and led me to a rundown building in a hurry mannered. We're staying in a motel for the next few days, he informed. Okay, so the trading is going to a motel? Actually, no, I remember where this is going. Hold on, scratch that. We stood at the desk for what seemed like... what felt like eternity when an old woman with wrinkles lining her face came up. How long will you be staying here? The woman asked boredly. The next 4 days, Hure informed. The woman took out a notepad and said, just sign here. That was quick. Hure wrote down in cursive, Harold Tornoy. That's how it looks, how it's spelled. Tournoy. Harold Tornoy. Harold Towney? Harold Tornoy. On the Here's some fuck shit. Hold on. Hure wrote down Harold Tornoy on the line and the date, November 12th, 5053. Oh my god, this is set 3,000 years in the fucking future, and, like, this is the best I could come up with. This is the best future I could come up with. Society has not evolved in over 3,000 years. That's fucking horrifying. She gave him the room keys, and we walked with it. It wasn't a long walk. Once he opened the door, I followed suit, but he stopped me from entering the room. You're not coming, he stated. What? Why? Your training is to be out on the streets for 3 days. Tammy, he answered quietly. But good luck. Then he shut the door. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. We're halfway there, but looking back now, and nothing's gonna get in the way. We're halfway there. I stared out the door for a few seconds and started my way up and up for a letter slid under the door. Red envelope with a crude signature written by Hure. I opened it up to read. And I tried to do, like, a different handwriting style to this. Taloria, don't worry, I'm not a complete jerk. I strongly beg to differ. I think you're aware of the coins in this letter. Okay, so I didn't think to erase. Like, okay, so remember when I said this was written in pencil and then I inked over it? I didn't think to erase this page. Is there an eraser nearby? Or should this be left as artist intended? Because after all, any corrections to the original work you're no longer considering the artist's vision, but in fact, you're imposing your own vision onto someone else's artwork, which is not what a proper restoration artist should do. Yes, I've watched Baumgartner Restoration. I'm something of an art restorer myself. Don't worry, I'm not a complete jerk. I think you're aware of the coins in this letter altogether. This is 6 cents. Look for empty plastic bottles. They cost 5 cents. Oh my god, bottles are still only redeemable for 5 cents? In Oregon, it's 10 cents now. I think that was in like the late 2010s, but like, oh my god, the prices have not changed in 3,000 years. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. It all ended with a poorly drawn smiley face. I gripped hard on the letter. Incredibly tempted to tear it into small pieces, I marched angrily out of the motel. Why would you feel such a thing? Why? First thing I was met with was a man with a cardboard box over his body, yelling, "The world is gonna end. The apocalypse is upon us now." I jumped back in surprise. He grabbed the neck of my hoodie, pulled it towards him, repeating what he said. "Please get off," I said as politely as I could. "Oh, is that it, eh? You think I'm crazy, sir? Just wait till you're being sucked into the bowels of hell, you hear me? Do you hear me? Goodbye, sir." I walked off as the man spouted insults at me. I walked down the road, the coins jingling in my pocket and anger searing through my mind. People were giving me rather strange looks, probably because I'm an exceedingly tall girl with purple hair. That's just a matter of mere opinion. Suddenly a guy grabbed my arm. Is this the... I'm gonna read quietly ahead really quick just for a second here. Yeah, we're gonna skip this. This is an attempted SA scene. We're not gonna read that. Again, attempted. Don't worry. They're fine. She's fine. We'll find out what happened to the other guy. The next thing I heard was another punch. The man yelled and let go of me. I sighed out of relief and looked up to the person. It was another man, but he looked entirely different. One wasn't interested in trying to beat up and have forced sex with some teenage girl. The other man grabbed my hand and dragged me away. I saw what was happening. He notified, so I decided to help out. I'm not just gonna stand by and watch you get raped by him. By the way, I'm Glenn. By the way, my name's Glenn. I'm saving you from a horrifying situation. I'm Glenn, by the way. I'm Glenn. I took mental note and ran beside him, but the next thing I saw was the same man who beat me up, in parentheses, right in front of us, and a blade going through Glenn's shoulder. Oh no. I'm just gonna double check this here. He fell to the ground and blood pooled around his court? Bro, you got stabbed in the shoulder, not the fucking neck or the heart. Jesus. The man grabbed onto my hair again and dragged me to the same alley. My lungs were on fire and my heart pumped acid all over, and the man was going to beat me into a pulp. I was thrown into the darkest end of the alley. The man glared down at me and hissed, "I don't think you're good enough anymore." Okay, so don't worry. He's just going to beat her up. That's all he's going to do now. It's okay. Well, that's a relief, I thought very gratefully. Then a flash of brass flooded my vision. A crunch pierced the air. My nose was broken, parenthesis maybe. Another crunch hit my ribs. I coughed on the ground. Then I was yanked up by the hair for the fourth time, repeatedly punched in the face. I felt blood leak through my nose, a couple of other openings, steel-toed boots, rushing my chest. I heard footsteps walk away. Managed to stand up despite my muscles combusting with pain. forced his practically oversized... Hold on. Yeah, steel-toed boot came rushing towards me, landed in my chest. I heard footsteps walk away, so I took the opportunity to get away. I managed to stand up despite my muscles combusting with pain, but the man saw me, and his instinct was to punish me. He forced his practically oversized boot to slam hard into my abdomen. I fell back onto my knees. Bile rose in my throat, and I started puking up just about everything that was available, and probably a couple of stomach contents. Oh, okay, so like chunks of stomach meat. Got it. The rest of the evening was spent getting beaten up by him. That night was probably the worst night I've ever had. In the room, it was at least warm. In the room, it was easy to doze off to sleep, but in the city, it was a teeth-clattering kind of cold. I probably looked pathetic, I thought. Okay, yeah, so pretty much all he did was just, like, beat her up with brass knuckles and steel-toed boots, and then, like, once he was done, he ran away. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry, it's fine. I probably look pathetic, I thought. I'm hunched over in an alley, my hair is covering my face, and there's more bruises than skin on me. Liquid began to drip on my head. I looked up to find the source of it, and saw it was right from the sky itself, the clouds. Oh yeah, like, this is me acknowledging that, like, she's never even... She doesn't even know what rain feels like, because she's I will give you that. I will give you that. I remember, like, in a slightly later draft, like, he just kills the guy who tried to hurt her. But here, he just, like, according to the 3- plot skip, yeah, he just, like, runs away or something. Yeah, and now she's just kind of, like, sitting in the same alley, you know, and now she's, like, getting rained on. Wow. You didn't even give... Sure, this is your fucking fault. And it continued to shiver under the water. I'm not sure if I'd fallen asleep or if I was just incredibly deep in my mind, but it was morning, an incredibly short amount of time later. The first, other than cold sensation, parenthesis, other than cold, end parenthesis, I felt that morning was pain. Someone jabbed me. Where's my money? Some guy wearing a blue beanie demanded. What? I growled. I said, where's my money, asshole? He screamed. I don't have any money, I begged nervously. I promise you. Beanie Man grabbed me up by the collar of my hoodie and pulled me up against the wall. Air was restricted from me as I struggled. His hands searched through my pockets. I sputtered desperately for air, kicking my feet wildly, hoping to strike him. Once he got the little bits of change he finally dropped me, I gasped. Dear God, he growled. You're pathetic. Beanie Man ran off, and I gave myself a few moments to regain my breath. My lungs demanded more oxygen. I stood up and walked down the road, away from the alley, stained with my blood. 3- plot skip. Again. The sun of the fourth day of the fourth morning rose up, and the building's blood dripped from my nose as I sprinted from the man who beat me up on the first day. Oh my god, he's back oh my god, he's trying to chase you down again. I found the motel Hjord stayed in, so I burst through the doors. My legs limped towards his room. I knocked a few times. The door's unlocked, he called. My legs screamed at me as I cracked through. The look on Hjord's face was one of sheer guilt. Oh god, this is my fault. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. No, it's not, I rejected. You didn't know this would happen. Yes, you did. Here, fuck you. 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 Fuck you, Hjord. Fuck you, Hjord. Panahan didn't do this. Panahan would never do this. He wouldn't just throw you out, give you no eject, and say, hey, go make some money by recycling cans. By the way, here's some defense technique. No, he never said, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you. I limped toward him, but collapsed on the trip. Hjord ran over and picked me up princess style. Carried me over to the bed. I felt the cushion press under my head. Hjord adjusted me so my head rested on his... okay, so, like, head in his lap. Okay, little too... no, more about it. I started up at the... I think I wrote started, and then, no, yeah, I scratched it out to be a long E. I stared up the ceiling above us. I'm sorry, he whispered as he combed his fingers through my knotted hair. I'm sorry. We were on that bed for a while before Here blurted out, "What's your favorite kind of cookie?" What? I questioned. "What's your favorite kind of cookie?" He repeated. "Chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, M&M, what is it?" Okay, so like just trying to distract the kid from the nightmare that you put her through? Fuck Hure. Hey, Hure, fuck you. I fucking hate you. I hope you die. Hey, YouTube, don't... I'm talking about a fictional character, not anyone in particular. In Minecraft, also. I thought about it for a moment and answered, I'd say chocolate chip. So do I. Do you know anyone who likes oatmeal raisin cookies, yours? No, because they taste like shit. I know. We talked about cookies some more, but we changed the subject to one... Once the desk lady... yelling at us to get out. It's really poorly written down at the bottom here. So we slowly got to the car and back to Muton Sarakat. Everyone's initial reaction when they saw us was to flip out. "Telly, what happened?" Ruth yelled, hugging me tightly. The air was flushed out of my lungs and the bruises pained me, but I was strongly reminded of the guy who wanted his money. "Ruthenia?" I gasped. "Yeah? I can't breathe." She let go of me, and I gulped in air like a fish out of water. Everyone began to fuss over the two of us, asking how he survived. Oh, how did we survive? Yeah, Hure, how did you survive? It's a miracle that Teluria survived. Fuck you, Hure, in Minecraft. Survived, wondering if either got robbed, parenthesis, for the love of Dash, and overall, how on earth being in quotation marks for some reason. I got the multiple bruises, my eyes watered at the memory. I need to leave, I excused. I tried my best to walk entirely normal all the way to the elevator, but the 2-day-old painful wound in my thigh, she got, like, punched in the thigh. I think I skipped over that, sorry. Punched in the thigh with brass knuckles. Demanded that I limped in a horrible, awkward manner. I rode down to the room, pouring blood. You're pouring blood now. Okay, and pain exploding all over me. I took off the tattered and shredded hoodie and threw it on the ground angrily. "Go to hell," I cursed to no one. Once the elevator got off in my room, I stomped on my bed and flung myself onto it. I sobbed in the pillow as quietly as I could into it. Yeah, no, I can see a teenager doing this Yeah, no, teenagers do this, like, all the time. I did this all the time, yeah. A really long while passed before the elevator doors open again. Go away, I demanded. Yeah, a teenager would do that. Teluria, Teluria, ... Genesis' voice said. "I was told I need to inspect your wounds." I curled up tighter on the bed. Tears threatened to pour out onto the pillow. "What's more?" "Telly, what happened?" she pressed. "Most people are just hungry or tired after 3 days on the street, maybe sick too, but you're a walking bruised monster." I sighed into the pillow. "Did someone attack you?" Genesis guessed. My thoughts ran to the two men. The one who tried to me, and the other one who robbed me of the 6 Bro, you robbed a teenager over 6 pennies. I tried holding back tears as best I could. Genesis' hands gripped my Oh yeah, you're just, like, trying to inspect the bruises. Unfortunately, because this is a very confused and traumatized child, she doesn't really take that well. I'm just gonna skip the next couple paragraphs. Teluria's, like, understandably upset and, like, slams the door on Genesis. I waited for her to walk out of the room, but it never happened, so I decided... Oh yeah, she, like, locks herself in the bathroom. So I decided to take a shower. I needed to wash the sweat and blood from me anyway. I took off my jeans. The wound was worse than I thought it was. Oh, Christ, is infected. It was green-yellow from infection. Disgusting blisters surrounded the edge of the wound, and instead of blood, pus was oozing out my stomach, turned to the side of it. Stopped raging. Okay, so you took a shower. You decided to take a shower. You see that, and then you go, "Never mind, I'm not taking a shower." I stopped raging and limped out of the bathroom. I didn't care that I didn't have pants on. Have you... Okay. Pulitzer Prize worthy, I said. Have you calmed? Genesis began. She looked at the wound, and she fell to her knees. She held her hand over her mouth and trembled. Get on the bed, she commanded, now. Considering what just happened, I'm surprised you're saying that. I jumped on it, the wound demanding my attention. Genesis trembled. Did she still look up to me? I'm gonna skip the next paragraph because she, let's say, needs to better see more of the bruises. Genesis inspected my bruises and gave concerned looks to each of them. She lifted my arm and I winced. She reached my disgusting leg wound. It didn't touch it or do anything doctor-wise. She sniffed it. She nodded solemnly. What is it? I pressed. Teluria, Genesis sighed. I don't think Hero told you. The air has a chemical compound in it that poisons the wounds of mutants. We flushed it out, thank God. No, you didn't. You just looked at the wounds and then you smelled the gross one. We flushed it out, thank God, but once air touches the wound, the compound attacks it and speeds up infection, and you were close any longer, and the bubbling and festering would have killed you. She took out a phial, PHIAL, of indigo liquid. She popped the cork and poured it onto the wound. I gasped out of pain like it was soaked in broiling hot wax. The blisters popped and liquid flowed out slowly. Genesis rubbed disinfectant soaked linen cloth onto the wound. Instead of pus, scarlet blood poured out. I don't have any potions. You got potions in the 51st century? Actually, yeah, I hope so. If this video survives all the way to the year 5053, do you have potions? If not, can you have potions, please? Can you please make some? May you please make some? Can you understand me? Did English survive this long? So I don't have any potions to bring down the bubbling and festering, she notified, so I'll just use the powers I have. Sorry, I interrupted. Potions? Yeah, she reflected. Potions. Alongside my healing, I can create potions of all sort. And I've discovered that clear equals disinfected, indigo equals medical alcohol, and teal indicates numbing agent. I hate to break it to you, Genesis no longer makes potions in Forbidden Anomalies. She does not make potions. It's very tragic. She just has healing powers. Also, why are you going for the potions first, not your really cool healing powers? Are they, like, only used in an emergency? Let's find out. She took off the gloves and placed her bare hands on the wound. Lime green light slowly swirled around her hands. They rose slower but higher and higher in the air. I stared at the light in wonder like a young child would. I felt the wound closing up and the pain ebbing away. Genesis took her hands off my thigh and shook them in the air like something was spelled on them, and she was shaking it off. Thank you, I stammered. Don't mention it, she answered nonchalantly. Quickly remembered what I said before I got healed, and I was filled with guilt. Oh yeah, you, like, throwing a tantrum about, like, I was left out in the rain, I got beat up and robbed and nearly assaulted. I almost got strangled to death. Yeah, that's what she said earlier. I forgot to say. I deliberately skimmed over that. Don't mention it. I'm sorry for how I acted a moment ago. I was acting like a child. Nah, it's fine, she said, smiling softly. Your actions were justified. I think the one treating... I was the one treating you like a child. I think I'd react the same way you did, Teluria. And she laughed. I got back to the shower I planned to use. Oh, no, yeah, so that was why she... I'm gonna take a shower. My leg looks, like, really bad. I should talk to the doctor about that. Here is your second stage of training, here informed. Oh boy, because round one, where you go to Hell City. Where are you located, by the way? Is this meant to be, like, Detroit? I'm all out of water. I only got a few drops left. We're at page 91. I'm gonna refill my water cup. I'll be right back. Heyo. I refilled my water cup. I also got a little thing of cheese. It's my emotional support cheese to get me through these last few pages. These last 40-something pages. Sorry, this chair is so creaky. I'm so sorry. No, we're not ending here. The people paid for this. Here is your chapter 7, page 91. Here is your second round of the training, you're informed. Like, lukewarm water dripped down my forehead and I cleared it. Where the fuck is the water coming from? Oh, right after the shower, of course. Immediately after. Don't, like, give her a day off. You're going to spar with any of the recruits here in Mutin Sarikot, but Kaj, Ruthenia, Kyan, and I don't count. How come? It's because of rules that you arbitrarily made up here. It's because of rules I could freeze time and make myself win. Kaj will know what you plan to use to attack him, since he's telepathic. Ruthenia could melt off an arm, and Kyan is still new. But anyone else is fine. Ruth pulled a pouty look and rolled her eyes. So, Nora muttered, walking up to me. Who do you choose? I watched as everyone began to surround me. They all stared at me expectantly, waiting for me to choose. You have to choose 3 people, you are notified. Well, Genesis pressed who? I began. Come on. Come on, someone I didn't know. Further, I took a deep breath. I choose... ... Callan! He jumped and struck his fist into the air. He's really excited to beat up a 15-year-old right after she had already been beat up. And... Frinda. Now you can see that, so what I wrote was he nodded, but there's this whole thing I wrote in the middle. It was, he announced yes! Yeah, I scratched it out and just went with he nodded, because he's reserved, and he doesn't like beating up children. Or maybe he does, I don't know. Who's your last person? Enceladus wondered. I smirked. You! Everyone sighed and walked off glumly. I felt guilty for a moment, dismissed it. I chose who I forgot the S. C-H-O-E. And that's it. And that's that. They really want to beat up this 15-year-old. He entered some wrestling ring of sorts, and we all got on. I took one corner of the ring, while Cal took the other. Ruthenia wrapped a towel around my neck and handed me a water bottle. Oh my god, you literally are just gonna throw down like it's Punch-Out. Okay. Remember, Tally, she muttered. Everyone has their faults and weaknesses in fighting. For Callan's case, he covers his face mostly. Go for his middle, such as the chest. That will bring him down. I stared at Cal and Kaj, who were adjacent to us. Cal whispered things into his ear. Stuff probably about my faults and weaknesses. So I could go down. I refused to let that happen. I'd gotten beat up twice. 3 times. Actually. And I won't let it happen again. The microphone buzzed, and here we go, Hugh announced. I need more cheese. Yeah, I definitely recommend if you're reading anything painful, you need some emotional support cheese on hand. Just a little amount as a snack. If you cannot eat dairy, any snack of choice would do, of course. Okay, viewers at home, what's your favorite kind of cheese, if you do eat cheese? I don't mean brand, I mean like cheddar, brie, like fresh goat, aged goat, Alpine, bloomy rind. Wait, or brie is a bloomy rind. I haven't the luxury of trying Limburger yet. I don't know if I'm brave enough to try Limburger. I do have it bookmarked. Apparently, there's only one last producer of Limburger cheese in the United States. But you can buy it online and get it delivered to your home. So I won't say who, but I will say to a friend of mine, they're gonna get the gift of Limburger cheese. Also, a thematically appropriate question. What's your favorite kind of cookie? I feel like we all could do with some cookies. Until then, we have a fight scene to get through. A fucking boxing scene, I guess. Everyone cheered and hollered. I took a swig from the bottle and gave Ruth the towel and the bottle. She patted my back proudly. Go get him, she encountered. This would have been, like, really cool if you just switched the order. If you did the boxing first, and then, like, you did this, like, you threw her out on the street. Not that either one of these is cool, but, like, it would just make more sense in progression of here's practiced sparring, where no one gets for real hurt. Except you're not wearing boxing gloves. And then there's real combat, which, by the way, are 2 totally different kinds of combat. There's no training in street combat. There is no honor. They do hit below the belt. They do bite. There's a lot of biters out there. I strode to the center. I studied Callan. What Ruth said was correct. He did mostly cover his face. His elbows stuck out slightly, and he leaned from one foot to the other. Like this. I could include that quirk in Calvin's fight scenes in Forbidden Anomalies, perchance. His elbow stuck out slightly, and he leaned from one foot to the other. I held my fists to my jawline, trying to protect as much as my body and my head as well as possible. And fight. You're proclaimed. How come at the top of this page I can see I wrote plans for when we leave, and then I erased it? This isn't part of the story. I think I just, like, wrote this on a random textbook. Not a random... I may have written, like... Was this a runaway or a move-away plan for when I was 13? Don't worry, it'll take you double your lifespan. You're about 13, it'll take you about another 12, 13-ish years to move out of your parents. Don't worry. Don't worry, baby gravy. Let's go back to your awful, awful writing. Callan swung the first punch. I saw it coming and ducked. In my time under his fist, I swung my leg and kicked him in the knee. Cal fell but got back up in a second, and he punched me hard in the gut where my intestines are. I gagged hard, but managed to knee him as well. Then suddenly he was gone. I whipped my head around, trying to look for some sort of hint on his whereabouts. Noises, a shadow enemy. A punch hit me in the right cheek. I saw the next one coming and grabbed Cal's hand. Callan's invisible. How did you see it coming when Cal is invisible? I grabbed Cal's hand before he could hit me. Cal... Oh, okay, so you turned visible back again just to throw a punch, just to ruin your fucking... Cal turned... No, okay, still invisible. And then turned visible, but you saw it while they were invisible. Okay. A punch hit... Let me reread that. A punch hit me in the cheek. I saw the next one coming and grabbed Cal's hand before he could hit me. Callan turned visible again, and he snidely smirked. He jerked his hand free and disappeared one more time. It didn't take me long to find his location. 4 word scratch... Oh yeah, word for me to find his location. Why did I scratch out me and just make it as 4 to me? I saw the shadow under his feet. Hold on. You're invisible, but, like, shadow goes through you. Light doesn't pass through you, Cal. Just because you're invisible, I thought. I swear my stuff has gotten better since this. I promise. I really promise. It's a bit better. Please don't. I promise Forbidden Anomalies is a bit better than this. I thought arrogantly. I threw a wild punch at him, and the next thing I heard was someone falling and gagging. I wasted no time to jump on him. I pinned his arms to the ground, and he yelled a countdown. 3, 2, 1. I got off Callan and held a hand to help him up. He went visible and took the hand. Cal says you hit hard. Kaj would form smirking. For a girl. Oh, great. Okay, so there's still sexism and racism in the year 5000. Okay. I punched him. I think this is Callan. I punched Callan in the nose with all the force I could use. Blood leaked from each of his nostrils. How's that? I pressed angrily. Callan held one hand to his nose and used the other to give me a thumbs up. Okay, this would get you like an immediate disqualification in the UFC. I scoffed and stalked back to Ruth. You sure showed him, she complimented, but Vrinda is a pain. You know, he's a duplicator and thus a lot more confusing, Telly. Alright, I acknowledged. But get this, she began. There's several pages torn out here. None of his duplicates are real. Teloria, they can't affect you. You punch them, and you'll just go right through it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just like broke the nose of my fellow mutant. Thank you. I took one last drink from the bottle and took a deep breath. Here you go. Here you go, Ruth. This could end up. Here we go, Ruth. This could end up badly. I walked to the center of the ring, only with harder breaths. Brenda stalked forth as well, and we stood only inches apart. I studied him closely. Okay, so you're not gonna believe this. We actually get like a full, proper character description for the first time, and not just vague descriptors. Are you ready for this? Are you ready to hear, like, to hear what someone actually looks like, and not just someone with white hair and red eyes, or a woman with blue hair and pink eyes, or 5'10", freakishly tall with purple hair and electric blue eyes? Verinda stalked forth as well, and we studied him. I studied him closely. His figure is incredibly slender, like mine, but only he's obviously taller. He wore black skinny jeans, combat boots similar to mine, and a starched white V-neck t-shirt, and a black trench coat. His dirty blonde hair hung loose down his neck. Verinda's electric blue eyes, parenthesis, like mine, stared at me boredly. I realized he looks remarkably like me, only more masculine than me. What could this mean? What could this possibly mean? Take a wild guess. Round 2, ... Here stated, go! I held my fist up to my chin, but he stayed still like a statue. Out of all the people, he muttered quietly, Sissy chose me. Excuse me? I announced. Are you ready for some real subtle foreshadowing? Let's go. No, that's not what I mean, Taloria, he explained. What the hell do you mean, Verinda? I cursed. That I'm your damned sister? You'd be surprised, Verinda informed, of what this world is capable of. Somehow she doesn't pick up on this. Yeah, slight spoilers. She doesn't realize until into the continuation into the next book that I lost. Yeah, they're siblings, and this was a surprise. I'm taking a second to check the chat. From Shadowwood. To answer your question, Chaos Cookies, parentheses, pretzels, chocolate, and nuts. Also, if you're invisible, light doesn't pass through your eyes, so you'd also be blind too. That is true. I mean, I haven't experienced it. That is a thing to consider. Don't worry about it. From Nick. Bro, just tell me. Okay, sorry, I'll speed up. I was surrounded by him. There was probably dozens of Verinda duplicates around me. They all stared at me in the same way, like I'm nothing like a... Okay, hold on. They all stared at me in the same way, semicolon, like I'm nothing, comma, like a bug to be crushed under his shoe. None of them are real, I promised myself. I would just go right through them. I threw a jab of one of the duplicates. The second my fist would have hit his or its, parenthesis, heart, it just passed right through. Ruth said it would do. And then there's this little thing that I wrote on the side. only steam exploded from it. You know, like a shadow clone jutsu from Naruto. I jumped high into the air and did a side kick at the same time, and the same thing happened. Just like the last one. Steam bursted from it. I continued to... I didn't finish the sentence. So, tell me, I pressed as I punched the umpteenth duplicate. How did you get the name Vrinda? It sounds rather feminine, misspelled. Okay, here's how I came up with the name Vrinda, like metatextually speaking. And I remember this pretty clearly. It was the end of the school year, end of 8th grade, and I had like a crossword, and like there was a crossword, or no, not a crossword. Was it a crossword? You know, like here's a box and it's full of little letters, and sometimes there's word and you gotta find the words, like find the word science, and then I saw all jumbled up in the words, like just coincidentally Vrinda, and I was like, oh, that'd be a cool character name. Anyway, cool. I guess my parent... How'd you get such a feminine name like Vrinda? I guess my parents were so set that I was going to be a girl the name was chosen even after I turned out I was a boy, he answered. I whipped my head around to the sound. You idiot, I thought. I burst into running towards the store, steam from the duplicates flying everywhere. I could still manage to see through all of the steam, and randomly then punches every version of Brenda. Duplicates. My fist connected to something fleshly. Ow! Brenda exclaimed. I punched him again. Each time harder than the last. I felt blood. God! I felt blood spatter on my hands and heard Brenda groan each time. The final blow knocked him to the ground, and I pinned him there. Okay, so this guy's fucking... Okay, if Telluri is 5'10", Brenda's like 6 foot... Like 6'5", 6 foot... I think he's 6'7", actually. And you managed to pin him down. Okay, good job, girl. You managed to learn that in your zero combat training skills. Fucking great. 3, 2, 1, or 3, 2, 1, Brenda. I let go of him, and like last time out, stretched a hand to help him up. Thanks, he sputtered. Brenda, as earlier when you said that the world works in strange ways, what do you mean? You'll find out, sissy, he answered. Baby Gravy, you're fucking great at this. So fucking great. I'm not a... I began. Brenda walked off, and before I could finish the sentence, I sighed and walked back to Ruth. She handed me the water bottle and I took a drink. What about him? Jesus Christ, this is going so fucking long. The plot has just been going at breakneck speeds with just things randomly throwing in out of nowhere. This fight scene, I am way too in on it. There's at least, like, some amount of choreography. Well, I don't know if choreography is the right word here. I'm actually, like... I'm impressed how fucking dedicated I was to this. We're at page 101 of 131. 30 pages left. Let's go. I don't want to keep going. I'm sorry. We're almost there. Brenda walked off. I sighed. She handed me the water bottle and I took a drink. What about Enceladus? I pressed. Ruth sighed. I got nothing. Just remember that the reason... that the person she poses... I got nothing. Hey, how do... Water bottles are important, though. That is true. That is true. As I said before, hydrate or dihydrate, Shadowwood. I got no... How do I defeat Enceladus in staged combat? I got nothing. Just remember that the person she poses as... It's not real. Oh, thank you, Shadow. Shadow says you can do it. I'm trying. I'm really trying. I believe you can beat up this grown woman, teenage girl. I believe in you. Oh, you mean like in a shape-shifting way? Okay, got it. That's what I meant. Great. I sighed and said, "At least you're, at least you help. Like at least you give some help." I gave it back to her, and okay, there's a phone number at the top of this page. I'm never showing you this page. And stepped once more into the arena for my last battle. Enceladus looked nothing like herself. Her hair, like in a shapeshifter way, or her hair was tied up in a ponytail. She looked entirely entirely sophisticated, and linen wrapped around both fists. Okay, she went from tomboyish to sophisticated in like a combat set. Okay. But she still looks like the blue hair, pink eye. Okay, that's not described, just imagine that. I took off the hairband and wrapped it... Oh yeah, the ribbon around her arm. And wrapped it around my left fist. Round three, he yelled. I was immediately punched in the shoulder, then again in the cheek. I was repeatedly getting punched by her, and I was consumed in sudden rage. What's the matter, she taunted. Are you getting cold feet? She became Asario. How the fuck do you know who Asario is, Enceladus? You're never described as having met Asario. Enceladus, how do you know what Asario looks like? I snapped out of it. I didn't question anything, how she knew him, and what he did to me. I just snapped. Isario threw a cross hook, but I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the oncoming fist like I did with Callan. I bent his fist slowly, and cracking noises escaped his joints. Teluria, Isario stammered. You're breaking my wrist. I was in a drone-like state. I wasn't aware of what was going on at all. I just threw him aside like a rag doll. He fell limply onto the ground. Telly, stop, he begged as he got back up. I took him by the collar and lifted him up. You wouldn't want to do that, he begged me. Please, I stared coldly into his dark blue eyes. Then they were brown. I was staring right at Mecridy. The black curly hair, the features right there was her. I sat down. I'm sorry, Mecridy. I'm sorry. I ran out. Okay, what... Ruthenia, what did you... I don't think Ruthenia was clear enough when she said, hey, it's not really her. What? Teluria, Jesus Christ, you have no object permanence, child. Water break. We're getting close to the end, guys. We're getting close. We're getting pretty close. I didn't realize it was Enceladus, but I did realize that it was Enceladus, but I didn't care. I got on the elevator and mashed the button that led to the main level. Once I love how there's just like no descriptors of what the audience is thinking or what Hjor is thinking about, like shadow object permanence is overrated. Yeah. Yeah. Also, Hjor doesn't say, alright, stop beating up my girlfriend, like, really fucking bad. Once I reached it, I left instantly towards the entrance, but Hjor was suddenly in front of me. Teluria, you nearly killed my girlfriend, he blamed. I choked. She was messing with you, holy shit, are you really that stupid? Please, just no, I don't care what you have to say, just shut up. I heard people coming up as Hjor continued to yell at me. They surrounded us and did nothing but watch him scream. Are you even a mutant? I think you'd figure it out by now. You utter twit. What? Way to downgrade insults. Okay. Hjor. No, just shut your mouth. You're obviously as... Okay, I think he's just saying this, not because he legitimately thinks this, but because he's probably just mad and just throwing any first thought out of his mouth and at her. You're obviously a spy to report information to the computer mind, and computer mind rules the world. I don't know if you caught that, Shadowwood. A computer mind rules the world, and it's also responsible for why superpowered people exist, and is now trying to... It's why they're in a dystopia in the year 5000. You utter twit. It's me, I'm the utter twit. To report information to the computer mind, and so just shut your filthy mouth. Also misspelled as filthly. More people surrounded us, and I felt increasingly scared. You're not one of us, and whoever you are, and I'm not letting you feed any more information to that corrupted computer mind anymore. Then he pulled out a machete from his butt. Where did he get a machete from? He pulled out a machete and tried to slice my head off. Repeat, tried. He just held it barely a few inches above my head. how come you're not killing me, Hure? Well, I'm trying to, he snapped. I watched him strain his arm, desperate to decapitate me. Then his arm snapped to the side. Just, like, on its own. He didn't touch her. Suddenly a machete. Yeah, Shadow, it's suddenly a machete. His arm snapped to the side, like, psychically. Hure let out a blood-curdling scream, and it snapped again. Ugh. I watched in horror as it cracked a third time. I backed away slowly. No, wait, I'm sorry. Please stop, he begged. I'm not sure how this is happening, I breathed. Everyone stared at me in a frozen terror. Teluria, wait. Ruth started, stay away, I blurted. I didn't want to hurt you. I fled out of the scene, to the outside, off of the property line of Mutin Sarakat. I have no god fucking idea where this... Well, I know where this is going. This the, Okay, so we have a POV shift here. Spoilers, of course. Spoilers. Chapter 8, page 1... Did I forget how to... Hold on. Oh, yeah, Page 16 to 111. Oh, yeah, there's some torn pages in here. So we're closer to the end! Yay! Chapter 8. I watched Genesis fixing up Hure's broken arm. Everyone thought I was creepy with my coat and how I always watch from the darkness. It's just natural for me. Ugh! Vrinda, you suck so much. You did screw up Hure, Genesis scolded. Wait, oh, you did screw up, comma, Hure, Genesis scolded. She nearly killed Ennie. Ennie? Teluria didn't, though. But is any excuse pulled out of your ass or machete pulled out of your ass really the best one to kill her? Besides, she did break the same ard thrice without touching you or being intentional about it. Okay? Well, yeah, but she's powerful, Hure. Teluria's a mutant, you ignorant asshole. If being scared will trigger something like that, who knows what she could do on purpose. Jen, she tried... Hure, Telly didn't try to kill her. She's smart and powerful and sensitive, and for the love of God, Vryn, stop eavesdropping on us. I chuckled and walked towards him. Well, I can't help but listen in on conversations involving my younger sister, okay, Genesis? Oh my god, they were siblings the whole time? Who would have guessed? Oh my god. You do have a point, but it's creepy, alright, Vrinda? Yeah, I trailed. I stalked off back to my room, which I've had for 4 years. The walls were... Oh my god, a room descriptor! Oh my god, we're gonna know what things, like, actually look like in detail. Again. The walls were painted white, with black diagonal stripes that dripped while it had still been drying. Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, that's not, like, the worst room I'm thinking of. But that is stark in my imagination. Water break. The walls were painted white with black diagonal stripes that dripped on it while it had been drying. A bunk bed was in the corner. Vrinda does not strike me as a bunk bed kind of guy, okay? The guy who watches from the shadows wearing a fucking trench coat. A bunk bed was in the corner with blue sheets on the bottom bunk. I give the top for whoever comes in. You really think this guy would have sleepovers in his room? I don't think so. There's nothing much around except my leather journal under my pillow. The elevator dinged and opened, but no one walked out. I rolled my eyes. Callan, you're not fooling me. Stop trying, I muttered. He turned visible again, made some pouty face. He balanced on the back of his heels, held his hand up in the air and mimicked my talking like some child. Cal, you're 24. You're older than me by 2 years. You don't need to act like a 5-year-old, I informed. He strutted out of my room and backed out of the elevator. As the doors were just about to close, Callan flipped to me his middle finger. Sighed and took out my leather-bound journal. It's relatively small but thick. Some of the pages had gotten torn out due to the fact... Some of the pages had gotten torn out due to the fact that I wrote in page. I flipped to the next page and wrote... -- plot skip. Brenda, we have new members. Come on out, Ruthenia called. Somehow? That's quickly? Okay, damn. Alright. Another one? Damn, I answered, surprised. Yeah, me too. I threw the book on my pillow and walked with her to the elevator. Out of my peripheral vision, I noticed her inching towards me. Do you need something? I wondered. Sorry, she wondered. You're just so, Go on. I pressed. So mysterious. Oh, Shadowwood. He has a bunk bed, so he used the top as the roof and has blankets, and hang blankets from it like a port. Like a tent. Boom, Batcave. Literally what I'm doing right now, Shadow. The top bunk, right here, computer desk, there's shelves back here, and this is the blanket. You wish you were on my level, Shadow. Anyway, you're so mysterious. I stared at her in confusion. Thank you, I breathed. Oh my god, I'm trying to do a flirting scene. Oh my god. Ruthenia grabbed my hips and pulled me towards closer and deep into my eyes with her chestnut-colored eyes. Whoa, 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 what are you doing? Hold on, I thought her eyes were caramel brown. I don't feel like checking. What are you doing? I questioned. I tried to pull away, but she suddenly began kissing me. Okay, fuck you, Ruthenia. Fuck you too. Fuck you too. She lifted her hands from my hips onto my cheeks and continued kissing me. The elevator stopped and she immediately broke away. She brushed her out of my face and stood sophisticatedly. I gaped at her in confusion. Yeah. Also, fuck you, Ruthenia. The door slid open and I went back to my stance as well, but I was still shocked as to why she kissed me. The two girls were next to Hur. They looked exactly alike, except for the fact that one had her features on the left and the other on the right, like mirror twins. Holy shit, it's the twins with Shadowwood. I think you missed their introduction. Okay, so they're Teluria's best friends, identical twins. Their names are Mercredi and Vendredi. Yes, Wednesday and Friday in French. Their names are staying that in the final draft, by the way. Non-negotiable. And they are still identical twins. Mirror twins, excuse me. They both had curly black hair. Hold on! Curly black hair, electric green eyes. Mercredi's eyes were brown! I forgot the eye color! 0 out of 10. Worst book in forever. Who would have thought? So yeah, their eye, I forgot the eye color. Forgive baby gravy. The both of the electrically green eyes, a mole on their cheeks, and a girlish complexion. The both of them had a look on their faces as that translated to, what the hell is this? One looked at... Hold on. Shadowwood, changing eye colors. I'm cackling. Yeah, me too! One looked at Hur and screamed. Oh yeah, right, because Hur, like, held Teluria at gunpoint and dragged her away just, like, mid-class? Yeah. I don't have any weapons on me this time, he tried to explain. Vrinda, you know what to do, Ruthenia whispered to me. I nodded. I walked up to the screaming girl, whichever one that is, and held onto her shoulders. Held onto her shoulders. She stared at me and hyperventilated. I slapped her! Hey kids, you should beat up traumatized teenagers. You should definitely do that. Just calm down, damn it, I scolded. No one's gonna hurt you. But you just did, the girl complained, her cheek reddening. If you're hysterical while I'm in the room, I will hit you. Okay, fuck Brenda, too. I swaggered off patiently back to Ruthenia. She tried to interlock her hand in her mind, but I took it away just before she did. Just like every time there's a new recruit in MS, in multiple sclerosis, we sat down in a circle and introduced ourselves. I swear the pages are getting longer and longer. It's just a repetition of before. So they all sit down in a circle like they're at a campsite. Hjor told his name and power, and Enceladus said hers, and so forth and so forth. The girl I slapped was curled up in a ball and listened to all of us with intriguement. Her twin just gave us skeptical looks. I chuckled and gave her an "I know, right?" sort of look. She replied with an arching eyebrow. And we all did our mutant circus. No, so they're just like spread out in a slightly bigger circle and then just like demonstrate their powers. That's the mutant circus act. I walked to a corner of MS and just stood and watched. The twins, whose names were Mercredi and Vendredi, started at different locations. Mercredi was at Hjor and Mercredi was at me. So you're the duplicator, she inquired. Yep, I reflected. I made a duplicate appear behind her, and it tapped her on the shoulders. Of course, she turned around and had some miniature heart attack. So, just like, oh my god, kind of reaction. There was another recruit here, I informed. Her name was Teluria. She waved off the oh, wait, okay, so, no, remember? So it's a shadow clone jutsu, right? They're not real. They, like, if you touch them, they just, like, puff in a burst of smoke. But it can touch you, but you can't touch it. So it's a cat, basically. You got that? Great. She waved off the steam and turned around. Did Mercredi begin? Did I hear that correctly? I nodded. Okay, Vrinda's talking. You, your sister, her, Kyan, Genesis, Ruthenia, and Selenus are all the only females in mutant. Vrindo would totally be the kind of guy to say female instead of women or girl. He totally would. He would totally do that. Are the only females here in Mutan Sericot, I lectured. Hjor, Kaj, Kalan, Noro, Shing, a Burn, Pallas, and I. Pallas spelled Pallas, like the Greek goddess. And I are the males in this X-Men ripoff. You can't... Okay, calling it an X-Men ripoff. Okay, so you acknowledge what they are. You acknowledge what it... Not the characters you passed gray. You're acknowledging the flaw in the story. But you're not choosing to even correct it. You're not choosing to do any improvement on it. You're just acknowledging that the problem is there within the story, within the characters saying it. That doesn't make you a cool, funny, self-aware writer. That makes you a bad, lazy writer, because you know there's a problem, and you're choosing not to address it. Gray? Shadowwood says, not the females. Also, funny side note, with me naming some of the side characters, they are just, like, random letters, but as you noticed, there's a character named, there's a woman named Enceladus, and a man named Pallas. If you remember your Greek lore, Enceladus is a masculine god, and Pallas is a feminine god, or goddess, excuse me, yeah. Why is that? I didn't feel like looking into it. Is this still the same in the modern Forbidden Anomalies draft? Yeah. Enceladus is a trans woman, though. Unimportant detail, but important to me. She suddenly ran across the main level to the next person, Kaj, K-O-J. I shook my head and continued standing by myself, waiting for Vendredi to come along and get pissed off at me for hitting her. I'm gonna skim over this a bit. More harassment from Ruthenia. I pushed her hand away, but she just came back and wrapped her arms around my neck. Oh, so kind of like you're hugging them around the neck, not like in a struggle sense. Let's see how far down I can. Okay, yeah. I made a duplicate appear behind her, and it tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around and screeched out of fear. It smacked her. Jesus Christ, Brenda! I'm so sorry, Vendretti. Stop it, you ass, she insulted. I swear I didn't make you do that. I don't even know how it's affecting you. I usually can't, I proclaimed. She stormed off just as I let loose a smile. Okay, so now Ruthenia slaps him for slapping Brenda. Okay, great. Got it. Great. Ruthenia slaps Brenda. I need that on paper, okay? Okay, got it. Ow, that was... Ow, I complained, holding onto my burning cheek. Vendretti looked at me and laughed. I started blushing but staring at them seethingly. Walked off to Cayenne and told her what happened, at least my assumption. Right when they both looked at me. More harassment from Ruthenia. We're gonna skip the harassment. You're an asshole, she seethed. I felt more blood rising in my mouth. And, oh yeah, she, like, hits him again or something. And a molar was incredibly loose. I reached into my mouth and pulled it out. Wait, okay, remember. Ruthenia has acid spit. And she kissed Brenda a couple times. Okay, so I guess she can control when the hydrochloric acid is released? Because when she wants to kiss Vrinda, it's, he's fine. The next several pages are going to be skipped due to, okay, so, like, they get into an argument, and then Frinda feels bad, so he asks Genesis for an aphrodisiac. Yeah, Vrinda asks Genesis if she can make an aphrodisiac potion to be like, wow, I feel so bad to Ruthenia for being so mean to her after she's done nothing but, like, constantly demand my physical attention. I'm gonna read this one sentence. Let's just say the rest can be left up to one's imagination. Friendly reminder that in the Forbidden Anomalies Modern Draft, which you cannot read because it's not published yet, but Vrinda is also extremely asexual in the Modern Draft. So, like, knowing where I take his character in the Modern Draft and comparing it to here, kind of puts a bad taste in my mouth. Not because of the hydrochloric acid, of course. Anyway, let's... After you use your imagination on how well a 13-year-old wrote, these two characters bumping uglies, I have something important to do, I standard. I have to go. Wait, what? She strailed. It's important. Oh, okay. What the fuck do you have to do? You just hang out in a fucking gymnasium all day, and then sometimes you beat each other up. I jumped out of bed and kissed her on the nose. See you later. You too, Vrinda. I got my clothes, ran into the elevator. She was putting hers on as the door shut. I sighed. I got my clothes back on. When I got back to my... Oh, yeah, they went to her room for this. When I got back to my room, I climbed into bed and stared at the framing. I only slept with her because I felt guilty for what I said to her. Out of all the things, I'm such an idiot. I insulted myself. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot for, like, a whole lot of reasons. Also, everyone in the story is a fucking idiot. Probably because you were wrote by a fucking idiot. Time skip, -- by, like, a few hours or something. Yeah, remember, Taloria just, like, fucking... With her malnourished muscles and lack of training, fucking, like, obliterated multiple of Enceladus's bones. They're never said to have fixed Enceladus's bones. Just take my word for it that it was fixed, because I'm hoping that's what happened, as I didn't bother to write it in here. It is not described, but I made sure, my past self, to say that Panahan's arms was getting fixed, but not Enceladus's arms were getting fixed. Got that? Great. Anyway, they're both fixed. That's my retcon. And after they're both fixed, and after a cringy sex scene between Vrinda and Ruthenia, also, Vrinda's gay and asexual. I know I said asexual, he's also gay in the modern draft. But not in this draft, because writing gay characters is gay. So now we're gonna go save Telluria after she ran out. Remember, superpowered people are oppressed and hunted down in this world, and Telluria ran out. And instead of, like, addressing that... Well, okay, I imagine they probably needed to fix some broken bones first, but they couldn't have, like, split up. This is a decently sized group. Vrinda, we're gonna look for Telluria. Okay, Noro informed. I snapped out of my sulking and jumped off. Yeah, I knew you wanted to join, he muttered. She's my sis. Of course I'm Okay, speaking as someone with siblings... No one ever just refers to each other as brother and sister. At least in English. I know, like, it's common in Japan, because guess where I studied for 3 months recently. But... but, like, no... You don't need to constantly assert that you're siblings. And, okay, family separation is going to be a theme in the modern Forbidden Anomalies draft. But, like, okay, identical twins, yeah, that's going to be a little hard to explain if you don't want them to be, like, hey, no familial relation around, you're not here about family, you're here to study in the hell school. Like, no, it's like, yeah, this kid, in the one hell school, just the one... there's 2 people who look exactly alike and have the exact same... Yeah, you kind of have to admit that they're identical twins. But the sibling separation, that's more fine. So at no point did Vrinda and Telluria, like, ever cross paths. Again, the school is separated into 2 stories. Once you're born, you're brought to level 1. And then you're there until age 9. On your 10th birthday, you're brought to level 2. That's where you live from age 10 to 18. So it's not... All we ever see are, like, peers their own age, so I guess the implication in what I wrote in the past was that, I guess that, like, each section of the building is like, separated by age. That would explain why, like, hey, this guy who's, like, 7 years older than me, it would explain why, like, hey, how come I've never seen this, or... Hey, how come this guy who keeps walking around and is being all, like, weird and shadowy and mysterious, and, like, why does he look a lot like me, but with, like, even with the same color eyes and, like, same everything, but just slightly different hair color, and also boy? Huh, how come? Anyway, back to my studies. Remember, in the Forbidden Anomalies draft, there are 12 sectors, and not just one school. Are they still siblings in Forbidden Anomalies? Don't worry about it. You'll find out when you read. Shit, where was I? Okay, there it was. Yeah, she's my sis. Of course I'm gonna fucking, like, save her, right? Fucking, of course she's my sis. Of course I'm going, I explained. I followed him onto the elevator. Hey, is it just me, or... Vrinda, is it just me, or do you have a sort of glow? He wondered. I glanced at him. Vrinda, did you... I took a step away from him. You did! You slept with someone. Who's the chick? I sighed and answered, look, just don't tell anyone, okay? The last thing I need is people cut off. The doors slid open, and Noro motioned his fingers like he was... He's shy about having admitted that he slept with a girl. Oh, baby. Baby. Just don't tell anyone. Okay, he zipped motion finger zip. Yeah, zipping his lips shut, I nodded and walked out of the room to the entrance of MS, of multiple sclerosis. Kaj, Noro, and Saladis, Hjor, and I all got in the car. Hjor took the steering wheel and Saladis in the passenger seat, and the rest of us squished in the back. Okay, so this is just like a 5-seater car. Got it. They're all and this 6'6" man, in my imagination, he is sitting in the back middle row, very like hunched over, like really just not fitting in there. That's not what I wrote, but that's how I'm interpreting it, and you will too. That's a threat. Oh no, yeah, I literally did describe it. I have not changed Sponge since age 13. I have not changed. Enceladus and passengers, and the rest of us squished in the back. I was in the middle, and I felt incredibly awkward. Oh yeah, he's still shy about having slept with someone. One knew what I did, and the other was a mind reader. I was screwed. Okay, this next paragraph is going to be a little painful also. Just bear with me here. In the middle of the ride, Kaj... I wrote it weird. It looks like Kooj, Kooj, but no, it's just the 3 letters. In the middle of the ride, Kaj tapped me on the shoulder. I looked at him and saw him smirking. He did the symbol that meant he was calling me naughty. Not, no. Then he raised his fingers to his lips and faced out the window once more. I held the bridge of my nose out of annoyance. Then the car jerked to a stop. I was nearly flown out of the seat. You are like 6'6". You did not fly out of the seat. You are stuck there. You are trapped there. You are muscle locked there. There is no room where you're sitting right now, kiddo. Noro had to grip onto me so he didn't actually fly out. Either that or this is a very big 5-seater. I think she's nearby, Hjor informed. I can feel it. But you're not sure. Kaj wondered. Nope. When we got out of the car and walked around the forest next to both sides of the road, Kaj and Noro teamed up with me to look for Teluria, and Saladis went with Hjor, and I didn't think anyone was surprised. We split up on different sides of the road, Kaj, Noro, and I on the right, Hjor and Saladis on the left. Oh, Jesus Christ, they're talking more about the fucking fling with Rutetti. Jesus Christ, give it a break, kid. Yeah, sex is hilarious, kiddo. I know, it is really funny. I still think it's funny. Can you stop talking about it for like 5 seconds? Listen, adults in their 20s really don't care this much as you think they do. Past baby gravy. No one cares this much. Only middle schoolers care this much because they found out and they think it's funny. We continued walking in silence when after 10 minutes passed, Kaj asked me, do you really think she's here? I snapped from the anger. I don't know. I don't know where she is at all times. It takes something miraculous to happen if she was even in this woods at all. I found her, Noro blurted out. Oh, imagine if, like, we had a mind reader who could, like, scan the area and, like, hear thoughts. You know, just to be like, hold on, I'm attuning to Teluria radio waves. Because that's how mind reading works, right? Okay, so you were just there to, like, fucking find out about... just to out Vrinda that he's not a virgin anymore. Also, what I kept saying earlier, how it was inked over, I kind of stopped inking at this point, as you can clearly see. You could also tell, like, I could tell as I was reading through this, like from ballpoint to, like, felt tip to a very thin calligraphy pen, to, like, gel pen to blue gel pen. And then now we're just at, like, pencil. Okay, so it did take something miraculous to happen if she was even in these woods at all. I found her, Noro blurted out. I held the bridge of my nose. Yeah, that feels like yeah, Vrinda's gonna keep doing that. and walked back to the road. Where are you going? He wondered. We need to tell Hyur, I reflected. I didn't need to look behind me to know that they probably looked at each other and nodded and started following me. The road arrived in 10-ish minutes and immediately saw something rustle behind the bushes. Shh, I commanded. I walked up to the rustling slowly and quietly. My gut was telling me that it could have been an animal, like a raccoon or some other critter. I jumped through the bushes. It was Enceladus and Hyur making out. Now is not the time for a makeout session when there's a teenage runaway in your dystopia where your kind gets murdered. Baby gravy, Christ. Imagine if this kid grew up or something and, like, got mature. That'd never happen. So they pulled away from each other and fixed their clothing. I'm just skipping some more cringe dialogue, if you'll forgive me. We found Teluria, Kaj informed. Just follow us. No, the fuck you didn't. No, the fuck you didn't. No, you didn't. No, the fuck you didn't. I know Noro just said that, like, we found Teluria. She's over here. Did you think to describe her, Baby Gravy? Did you think to describe her? Did you really think to describe her? Fuck you, Baby Gravy. So that's, okay, that's fuck Hyur. Fuck Ruthenia, fuck Vrinda, and now fuck Baby Gravy. He headed towards the direction we found her in. I was forced to listen to Enceladus and Hyur flirting with one another, and it was getting on my nerves. Noro led us to the location. Still, I was at my last nerve. Hyur and Enceladus and their coupleness. They just wouldn't stop it for even more than 2 minutes. Guys, Noro interrupted. Noro started. Yeah, I inquired. She's not here. Holy shit, she ran away in the time that you weren't looking at her? You didn't think to say, hey, could you just, stay with us for a minute? Hey, we found her. She's hiding in these bushes. Let's leave for 10 minutes. And then it's gonna take 10 minutes to go back, and now she's not here anymore. Gee, who'd have fucking thought? Anyway, book's done. That was the last page. I give it a 6 out of 10. I think it was pretty good. Could use some work, though. Yeah, there's a little notification that I made sure to write as well. Guys, yeah, she's not here. There's a squiggle line. You can see where I erased some, like, extra dialogue down at the bottom. Why did I write Ji Kui and the Chemist in... This was when I was reading Game of Thrones, too. Yeah, I was... Insert Frodo meme. It's done. Yes, Shadow, it's done. But don't worry, I made sure to notify. Yo, reader, the story isn't over just yet. I ran out of pages. This is where we would pick up in Disc 2, or rather in Book 2. Well, the continuation of Story 1 over Book 2. Except I lost it, so it's done. Anyway, you should read Forbidden Anomalies. It's really cool, and also it's not published yet, but I promise you it's really cool. Ruthenia's not there. Isa's not there, nor are Isario, Fawn, Juan, and Soro. I really did wish I kept the teenage execution scene. I feel like I could work that in somehow. Unfortunately, I don't know where it would go. No, maybe I can think of a place where it would go. But that's a problem for when I'm drafting it. It's to start this off, this was an evil hell school that didn't give you enough sleep or food and regularly locked you up in isolation rooms for days at a time. Basically you're in school, but you're at, slightly under grade level classes, and then, if you screw up too much, or if you're too stupid, they execute you. Also, they victim blame bully victims. Yeah, all that's in the trash. there's multiple factory locations are the new sectors rather than just one big school on a floating platform. Don't worry, the main sector that Teloria's in still on a floating platform. Teloria just doesn't get kidnapped by a wielding gunman who's like, haha, I'm so quirky and silly, haha, I'm holding everyone at gunpoint, and I need that child right now. And there's no security at the school. What next? Okay, so it is nice to see, however, like, a lot of the story beats that still stayed. Like, with the scrap, this is scrap is what it is. In the current script, like, there's a lot of the same beats. So, like, Teloria and Mekrity on, like, you know, the platform, not getting enough fuel to get through the day. By the way, how is it flying? That answer will be coming in the story later. Just don't worry about it. Yeah, like getting locked up in the isolation room. Characters like... What on earth am I trying to describe? Okay, so there's no, like, bullying scene. There will be people levitation. There will be arm breaking. There will be psychic arm breaking. Now, the other SA scene that we skipped earlier, let's just say, I can't... It will be handled with a lot more tact. Because, you know, who would imagine in an abusive environment that thing would come up? And also, Hyur and Cell... Okay, remember, Hyur is Panahan. Panahan has a little more forethought. Just a little. Also, everyone else. There's stuff like foreshadowing. That's a little quieter than what Vrinda does, than when he just calls you sissy and then says, oh, you don't know what this world's capable of. I don't know. Any requests? Any last words? And I feel it important to note, my favorite kind of cookie is an M&M cookie. And I felt like I had to answer that question. I forgot to answer that question earlier. Because if there's no objections, I can just end the stream. Alright, well, I'm not seeing anything, so thank you, everyone. Shadow! Wait, Shadow's proud of me. I was just about to hit end stream, and then you say you're proud of me. Oh. No. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you, bye-bye. I'm sorry, this book's fucking killing me, bye-bye. Wait, hold on, there's one more thing. You said my name, yes? I don't know, it's on a delay. I'm kind of scared to just end it suddenly. I'm proud of you too, Shadow. Bye-bye, I love you. Mwah.